any evidentiary hearings at all. At one emergency hearing, I requested a court reporter as an ADA accommodation. Instead, the judge conducted the hearing off the record in chambers. There is no transcript. That is not a procedural issue. That is through the liturgy process. When I raised documented abuse support, the judge responded, "I don't care about past abuse." When I said I had written evidence, the response was, "I don't care." In another hearing, without any discovery or evidence, the judge openly asked, "How many assets and leases are left for us to take?" Even more disturbing are the safety issues involving my child. My daughter once sent me a photo of a firearm left in a car while she was alone. When I saw it in receipt for protection, the judge argues that it was not that bad because the father might have been putting air in his tires.
See?
It takes seconds for a child to pick up the knife. But the court did nothing. Meanwhile, I had parenting time taken away during routine status groups. While my ex's violations were ignored, his parenting time increased. My child was repeatedly reported fear and emotional harm. That the judge refuses even a private in-camera conversation with her. So the message from this courtroom is very clear. This is a profit machine built on conflict, a system where abusive litigation, rewarded. Abuse will be ignored, a protected parent will be punished, children become leveraged, the abuser will be funded with a victim asset. This is not justice. It's a misuse of judicial power. The judge openly states they do not care about abuse, refuses evidence, blocks hearings, and financially devastates the victim while rewarding the abuser. That is not a mistake. That is bias. And when that bias exists in family court, the people who suffer most is the children. My child deserves protection. Families in Cook County deserve a court system that follows the law. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alden White. I am captain from the village of Dalton. On behalf of Dalton, Mayor Jason House, and the clerk's office, to extend our sincere gratitude. We put sounding for President on the prep. Committing to the right and something. Your leadership and your partnership have played a meaningful role in strengthening our communities and advancing opportunities for our residents. We are truly grateful for the CFR grant funding that have allowed our community to rebuild critical infrastructure, repairs that have assisted in stabilizing the road for our residents. We thank you for your consistent efforts and your belief in the future of our village. We look forward to building a strong and lasting relationship rooted in collaboration, service, and the shared vision of uplifting our community. May we continue working together to create a brighter future for the people of Dalton. And I personally thank the County Board President, Tony Prepling, for all that she's doing, not just for the village of Dalton, but for the entire.
Harvey don't even got no money. Harvey don't even got no money.
It's wonderful.
Elder Coon. Waste. A shame.
That's a shame. I'm Jennifer Hill, Executive Director of the Alliance to End Homelessness in Suburban County. I'm here to speak in favor of items 260762 and 260763 for TIP funds for homeless services. The federal government threatens to dismantle decades of progress on housing programs should people experiencing homelessness. We look at the county to protect our social safety net programs. These and other TIP investments that were considered at the Finance Committee yesterday. Just that, including the Finance Committee approved a $4.1 million investment in homeless services, including a problem solving fund, which I'll explain briefly. Our purpose is to help people avoid homelessness altogether, but for the people who become homeless, our aim is to move as many people as quickly as possible into safe and stable housing. The problem solving fund will offer the services and flexible funding to help a family or individual in a housing crisis to resolve that crisis. Even among people who self-report that they need shelter tonight or tomorrow night, our shelter diversion partners are able to find a safe alternative to shelter 43%.
I don't care about that.
The problem solving fund and related shelter services that will be funded through the TIF funding.
Right,
Gets our community closer to the goal of leaving everyone
right.
at the front door of our working system, offering better alternatives so more people can afford it.
Homeless is the biggest grift.
The components that will be funded by the problem solving fund, include homelessness prevention, shelter diversion.
I don't care about the homeless prevention.
Homeless prevention catches people up on their rent. We are just a few weeks from homelessness, so they can stay in their homes. Shelter diversion.
How many people?
Say,
How many people y'all help?
asking who are seeking shelter now because they predict they will be homeless tonight or tomorrow, the next 48 hours. Shelter diversion allows us to have a housing focused, problem solving conversation with some flexible funds to resolve that issue. And like I say, rapid resolution is continuing that conversation. So this housing problem solving fund, as well as the related shelter services, will make a big difference to our community. And I think that
All right, my name is Tom Shepard. I'm with West Underground Railroad Network. And I'm here to share some good news with the board regarding the Cook County Forest Preserve. Forest preserves have been invited by the National Park Service to put one of their sites, a little portion of their sites on the national network to freedom, which would join 600 or 700 other sites around the country that have a significant role in the Underground Railroad. This designation would cost the county nothing, wouldn't put any kind of obligations on the county or anything whatsoever except for your permission, and it would be spread throughout the United States along with the hundreds of other designated sites. So we respectfully request your commitment to the continued maintenance and long-term preservation of the prairie boat at Bobian Woods on the far south side. Prairie boat is an installation that the county and several organizations came together. It's a gathering spot. Spent thousands of dollars to put this together. It's a beautiful little place in a nice corner of the county forest preserve system. We are asking you to designate the prairie boat for inclusion in the National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom as an important interpretive site. The prairie boat is far more than a temporary installation. It is a powerful and meaningful interpretive site that helps tell the story of the Underground Railroad through thoughtfully designed signage, imagery, and artistic elements that engage visitors of all ages. It serves as an educational, cultural, and historical asset to Bobian Woods and to the entire county and the surrounding communities, the broader public. We understand that according to the Forest Preserves, the prairie boat may be eligible for dismantling in 2027, which would really be a shame. Our sincere hope is that it remains in place for many years beyond that date, as long as it continues to be useful, safe, and attractive to the public. The prairie boat was constructed with sturdiness and longevity as the primary design concerns. With proper maintenance, it can have a long and productive life as a valued feature of the preserve. I'm going to wrap it up. I have more here, but I know we're short on time. This would require nothing more than a signature from either the county, the president, or the Cook County Forest Preserve, stating that as the manager owner of this property, I consent to its inclusion in the National Park Service National Underground Railroad Network to Freedom. Simple as that, and it would bring people from all around. It's adjoining another site that we have on the Network to Freedom, which is known as the Ton Farm, and it's one of those that are listed on the National Registry today. My colleague is not here to talk, so that's my story. Right now, the application is in the hands of Commissioner Donna Miller, whose district this lies in. Yeah, and we ask for your support on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank Tom and for all of his work on this issue. And this will be a National Historic Landmark. And there's also a National Historic Landmark designation at the boat launch. So thank you for your tireless work to make sure that the connection between the Underground Railroad and the Forest Preserve is made known and connects us with all the other sites across the country. Thanks so much.
I just also want to lift up Commissioner Miller on this particular issue. I had, I think, the best attended event I have had in my district on the eastern part was in Glencoe, specifically on the Underground Railroad and the connections between Northern Illinois and the groups that then went to Canada to escape slavery. I believe that Commissioner Miller has been instrumental in making this happen, and I just want to thank her for the partnership on this. And anything we can do is most important. Thank you. Family integrated compensation with the forest preserve.
Yes, we have. They currently seem to be busy. But this is so simple that probably a phone call to someone there, and you have a new superintendent. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thanks.
Next week, we'll just introduce Christmas and it's like more Jessica Jackson, Zoe Lee, Jackie Sample, Irene, right, if you're in the room, please.
Mr. Blakemore, you're first.
Blakemore, Jackson, Zoe Lee, Jackie Sample, Irene.
Good morning to the citizens of the city of Chicago and of the county. I use the word citizen. Citizen is the difference between a resident and a citizen. A legal U.S. citizen. Now, where are you, Mr. Blakemore? I'm here at this Dog and Pony Show. But why did you come to the Dog and Pony Show, Mr. Blakemore? To be seen, to be heard, and the ancestors appreciate me. What are you going to say your 3 minutes about citizenship and illegal resident? Madam President, look ahead. The audacity to tell Sheriff Dobbs when these illegal get out of burn out, don't call out. Do not. Citizens, illegal. That means you're not legally here and you cannot get the job, the goods, the contracts, and the service of a citizen. You're not entitled to this. No, you're not. But why are they doing that? Especially for this unique citizen. The gentleman was speaking about the Underground Railroad. Come on with it now. The Underground Railroad was for these slaves, weren't even citizens. Been here, born here, a freeman here. Citizen. So, Citizen George Blakemore. And where you got finance committee right over here with Mr. Daly, right over here. What do you think about all these elected officials? What can you do to improve this? You're getting off of citizenship like this. Some of them been in these offices too long. Time limitations. 8 years and get out. And some old citizens. Anyway, citizen. And when they talk about food pantry and everything, I resent illegal a resident getting in front of me, and I'm hungry here in America. I was born here in America, and when you got something to give up, food and everything, why do I have to wait when a non-citizen, a resident, can get ahead of me? My name is Citizen George Blakemore. And if you don't know how to treat me, I'm going to teach you how to treat me. I'm going to vote you out right now. Citizen. Make a good look. I came to be seen, not and heard.
Yeah.
Not to see you, but you to see me. You're me.
I can't believe what I just witnessed. But what I just witnessed and what I just heard is an explanation of how it is that slavery worked as long as it did. The fact that Britain could get up and say anything about the Underground Railroad out of his mouth. The fact that Donna Miller would play the part of, yes, that house Negro. Yes, you just did it. And this man who has sat here knowing that they're stealing our property, he's over litigation, y'all. Every single document in my hand is a fraudulent document that has been found in the court system by a Cook County official. Either it's a crooked judge or the public administrators who are appointed by Governor J.B. Prisoner. This is not about me having an attorney. This is not about anybody having an attorney. This is about corruption and the fact that you all sit here and allow it. When as commissioners, you all are supposed to be working on our behalf. So if we come here and tell you all that your judges are corrupt and that the public administrators are corrupt, it is you all's duty to say something to them, to approach them, to stand for us. We're paying you all salary, not the other way around. And you all do it over and over and over again, and to the point where you will even lie. I have heard people come to me and tell me that they were told that I was offered, what is it, 60 million? No, not 60, $60,000 or $80,000. And that I didn't take it. They say it came from Lamont Williams. Now, if it didn't, it didn't. But you know, ain't nobody offered me no money. And if they did, why would I take something as measly as $80,000? For a building that's paid for, that's mine. That's been mine since I turned 15 years old when my mother paid that last mortgage on it. I dare to be insulted with such a small amount like that. I'm a working woman. This act of fake concern for Black people keep our name and our legacy out of your white mouth. Out of your white mouth. For a bunch of illegal immigrants.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah, that was kind of disrespectful how y'all just talk all over us and then talk about the Underground Railroad. But the Democratic Party is the most racist party. Are the reason why we are still held back because of reverends and preachers and elders who big up Tony Preckwinkle, who's $1 million Tony, who just bought $1 million home.
Come on.
Why property taxes is through the roof, but you gonna say thank you because you got your grants. As long as you get grant, as long as you get grants, you're good. That's how y'all do. Y'all steal all the money. The housing thing, again, the housing prices, y'all never gonna find anything for it because y'all keep getting money for it. Cook County allocated $167 million for homeless prevention. At the same time, many homes across Cook County have been taken through the property tax foreclosure system, with homeowners losing not only their homes, but also the equity they built over years. Underground Railroad. Taking someone's equity after a tax foreclosure is unconstitutional, but you should know that, Scott Britton, right? Didn't you take the bar? Didn't you pass it? But half of y'all didn't take the bar. Y'all just paid somebody to give it to you because none of y'all know the law. None of them. Taking someone's equity after tax foreclosure is unconstitutional. But I'm sure if y'all were all to give a U.S. Constitution test today, you all would fail. Yet, none of the Cook County commissioners, including board president Tony Preckwinkle, whose last term is this time.
Yes, it is.
This time. I don't like the Democrats at all. But we're gonna have to go with Brendan Riley, y'all. We're gonna have to go with Brendan Riley. Yet, many residents feel the county continues to benefit from property seizures while struggling homeowners receive little help. If elected officials won't address it, voters will. I don't care how many cemeteries y'all go to get all your votes. It's over. It's done. Like I said, I will go down to DC myself and protest in front of the White House until the Save America Act is passed and until the feds come here to come and get each and every one of y'all. Y'all steal TIF money, y'all steal homeless money, y'all steal youth prevention money, y'all steal all of the money that's supposed to go to our communities, and now y'all think y'all gonna give it to some illegals? Watch this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aliana Riley, and I've been coming to the public hearings since the summer 2025. What I observed is people, and I'm here to speak about family courts and the impact on families, on parents and children. A lot of people come with what happened to them, what's done to them by family courts. And a majority of people speak exactly about that, about institutional violence by family courts in the circuit court of Cook County. It's not just any more domestic violence or intimate partner violence. It goes way further. The victims of domestic violence are allowed and to be abused in courts and are abused by courts. Again, I have not seen my son since 2020. And people here come with their complaints of violations, but it seems no one hears that. Based on what people reported to you, you create task force on gender-based violence.
Get that money.
But, and you allocate a lot of money to that task force. But unless the goals and what this task force is supposed to do will be expanded to combat the judicial corruption in Cook County, then those money are misappropriated. I'm asking you, actually on my own behalf and on behalf of people, to create a task force that will address the root issue, judicial corruption and corruption of the other state actors and private attorneys. There are enough good law in place created by legislature to address domestic violence. The problem is that judges and attorneys do not follow that law. They monetize that law. They extort people, and no one is blind, no one is stupid here. We need to get to the root cause. I'm asking you to create task force to combat judicial corruption. Two changes needs to be done. Judicial immunity, artificially created doctrine by judges, must be blocked by Illinois law, clearly stating that there is no immunity from civil lawsuits. And second, it's either court reporters should be enough funding given that there will be court reporters available, or if there is no money, public should be available to record public proceedings. As other states, other counties allow, but somehow Cook County is the most secretive county because the secret is the crimes committed by judges, by attorneys, by public actors, and it needs to be stopped. Again, I'm asking every present commissioner to initiate a task force to combat judicial corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bob Jackson, Executive Director of Rosa Ceasefire. Today, I'm not coming to complain or ask for money. I actually bring you a report.
Sir.
Sir,
Oh, he can't hear.
yeah, I've got speakers in front of you. Please, sir.
Oh, he got hearing. Got hearing aid.
Rodney Harrington.
Rodney.
Rodney. Yeah, come on up, please. Jackie Sampson, are you ready for somebody?
Yeah,
Thank you. Stand by the mic. Thomas. Not now. Thomas, are you in the room? Is it my turn? Thomas?
No, it's Rodney.
Thomas, are you in the room? If not, we're gonna go back to.
He was able to speak.
Okay, no, Thomas, Jill, Robin? Jill, are you in the room? All right, I need everybody at the public speaking mic. Sir, please begin. Tell us your name.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rodney Harrington. I serve as the president of the Midwest Underground Railroad Network. we are here to say thank you to the board for the work that you have been doing to assist us in telling this incredible story about Illinois. We have as significant an Underground Railroad story to tell as the Mid-Atlantic area. And we are hoping that through our tours, through the Poor's Preserve, that we are able to do more of this teaching of this history. So we are here to say thank you and hope that everyone learns more about the Underground Railroad initiative here in Chicago. Thank you.
All right. Let's go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having, this public speaking. Around May 2025, a judge dismissed my divorce case against my wishes, forcing me to remain married. What occurred is a coordinated pattern of corruption, deprivation of rights, and an organized scheme that obstructed my right to honest services from the judicial system. These actions deprived me of my property rights and millions of dollars, including cryptocurrency investments and other assets. At the same time, judges and lawyers aided and abetted my spouse in domestic and financial abuse against me, taking my share of our assets and leaving me penniless. For example, my spouse abruptly locked me out of all of our investment accounts in violation of a valid court order. He closed joint accounts and then opened new ones in his name alone. Although his actions involved wire fraud and dissipating well over $700,000 within months of taking unilateral control of our finances, none of the judges assigned to my case enforced their own court orders or prevented him from dissipating our account. At the behest of my spouse, every judge refused to restore the financial status quo. Another example is that judges and lawyers assigned to our case knowingly accepted his fraudulent financial affidavits, reducing our marital assets by more than 75%. As a result, my businesses that I've spent more than 25 years building have been forced to close, and all of my real estate properties are now in foreclosure. Another troubling commonality across DuPage County, Cook County, and the federal court system is that none of these courts have upheld my constitutional rights, nor have they upheld my rights under the Americans with Disability Act. In each of my cases, there have been a coordinated pattern of deprivation of rights to the same outcome, keeping me from my assets and my properties and finances that DuPage County judges helped my spouse to take. There's a coordinated plan of action being carried out with the intent to leave Jackie Sample broke, penniless, and indigent. When people come to our country and our city, there's often an entire community openly advocating for them. As an American Illinoisan, when I ask legal questions, I'm often told privately, I don't want to lose my license, I have a family to take care of, or I don't want to jeopardize my other clients. I'm prepared to provide supporting documentation and testimony as I've been doing for the last 2 years. So I'm asking you, every elected official, will you please encourage the FBI, the DOJ, the Illinois Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney General to please get involved and look into this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jill Rothman. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Greater Chicago Food Depository. I'm here today to speak in support of expanding food access in Cook County, which is item 260761. I first just want to thank the board for your interest and support and willingness to take action on the issue of food insecurity, not just today, but throughout the years. And today is particularly important because we're expecting a spike in increase. The request for $10 million is to meet simply two objectives. The first one is to spend money to expand food access to all of Cook County to address the need. The second is to expand capacity building funding. If the pantries do not have storage, cold storage, the ability to procure full food, distribute food, they cannot serve the need. And so our request is the passage of this request. I want to provide just a little bit of context on why we anticipate the need is going to spike. With the passage of HR 1, the big beautiful bill, $200 billion of SNAP was cut. And what we know, because we saw this in November, is with those cuts, there will be a spike in the need and a spike really in our need to respond. In November, as you may remember, there was a government shutdown and SNAP benefits were frozen. In that month of November, the Greater Chicago Food Depository and its network of partners saw the highest level of household visits in our 47-year history. We served 226,000 household visits in that month alone. We know that that was a dress rehearsal for what we will see if the benefits are cut and our neighbors are removed from the rolls. And so we ask for support because of what we know will happen. The two-phase strategy, as I said, the two objectives that we're trying to meet, emergency food access is the majority of the funding. It is what the food depository does well. Just for a little bit on process, last year we distributed 116 million pounds of food. We distribute all of that food across Cook County at no cost to our partners, and we will continue to do that with the funding that we receive for food today. The second phase of the structure, the idea is to build capacity, whether it's cold storage or shelving, but to ensure that our partners are able to provide the services that they need. I thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, quick change, Mayor, Ringwood is in the house, Mayor Lord Booker. Thank you, Mayor, we're gonna call Thomas Savakis, followed by Tom Sims.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mayor.
It is truly an honor and to stand before you today as Mayor Nathaniel George Booker for the Village of Maywood, and take a moment to recognize the incredible work and partnership that we've had with President Tony Preckwinkle, specifically my commissioner, Tara Stamp, and Frank Aguilar, along with all of the Board of Commissioners, for the great work that we've been able to accomplish with the Village of Maywood. President Preckwinkle and the commissioners have demonstrated what real partnership looks like through thoughtful leadership, equitable investment, and deep understanding of the needs of our communities like Maywood. So to go over a few different things that you all might know that you've helped with, but you have, a lot of our street water sewer separation and our lead service line replacement has been thanks to the money that we've received from Cook County. They have been donated over $1 million over the past 2 years, and I really appreciate that. With the partnership with Build Up Cook, we've received water system upgrades, new generators, public work organizational structure planning, and then also feasibility and work to be done for the Maywood Sonic Temple 3rd and 4th floor that has not been touched in over 50 years. You've helped with remediation land of our properties that have had old gas tanks, old things, of over 6 different properties that have been done. Through our Strong Communities project, you've helped with over $675,000 in regards to clear blighted properties to get those properties reinstated. Through the Cook County Land Bank partnership, you've helped bring in new restaurants and other new businesses, along with getting our golf range that have been closed for nearly 2 decades that will be opening this summer. Through your Build Up Healthier Communities, you've worked with us, the Cook County Department of Public Health, to open our crisis response management hub, focusing on mental health, behavioral health, substance use, and domestic violence. Through our School District 89 partnership with Positive Behavior Intervention Supports, you've been able to help us get 4 of our schools that were in the bottom 5% of the state out of the bottom 5%. You've been able to help the School District 209's Proviso East become not only out of the bottom 5%, but to move from targeted to commendable, from comprehensive targeted to commendable, now within the top 50% of the state, no longer the bottom 5%. And that's through the funding that we've received for our multi-tiered support systems. You've helped with the after-school programming, taking our youth on field trips. You've helped our youth delegation that has exposed our youth to National League of Cities Youth Delegation in Tampa, Atlanta, DC, and this summer we're going to Nashville. We've helped with Dream Vault, provide over 125 families with food access each week. We've helped us build a new podcast recording studio, and thank you for bringing 12 new townhomes that will be coming soon, as well as new commercial and apartment development. So no, my time is running up, but also thank you all for the Economic Empowerment Center that will be opening this June. You'll all receive an invitation to. Our Food is Medicine Center that opens in the 3rd quarter of this year. Our grocery store that's been blighted for over 15 years, that'll be opening the 3rd quarter of this year, as well as our Business Incubation and Workforce Development Center that we just closed on that'll be opening in the 4th quarter of this year. So on behalf of the residents, our families, and future generations, We appreciate you for your continued partnership, unwavering commitment to build stronger communities and move our community forward. Thank you so much. God bless.
What happened to Harvey?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor, I just want to welcome Mayor Booker and this work.
No, that is okay. No, check it. I'm going to say that. Don't say nothing to me.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Attention to their right side of the room. I'm sorry, my left side.
Thank you.
Councilman, I know you're trying to jump from mine. Mary, appreciate it.
Commissioner Gainer, I'm sorry.
Mayor Wilson.
Okay, let's calm down, everyone. When an individual is here, member of the audience, he or she should not be disrespected. So, if an individual is don't bother you. So, we're giving you warnings, we are not going to any other individual.
I just wanted to comment to Mayor Booker.
Mayor. Mayor Booker.
It's his fault.
Okay, Mayor Booker.
Thomas, would you let Mayor Booker back? I'm gonna call her.
Yeah.
Please.
I just wanted to, second up what Kelly, Commissioner Aguilar said at our recent land bank luncheon just about a month ago. We give out awards for the most innovative developments, the most kind of transformative partnerships. And I think Mayor Booker had to come up to the stage like 3 times because there were multiple winners in Maywood, including the economic development team at Maywood who facilitated some of the developments that you spoke about. So you're really having, in addition to all the development that's happening, which is obviously the key to life, all of that commercial development is what happens with the job and partnership. So thanks very much.
And just one for the Cook County Land Bank also in regards to our 34,000 square foot expansion for the AV equipment facility, as well as the 22,000 square foot expansion for national site. So thank you for that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas, I need you to line up probably like my lawn. The senator has reconnected. We're going to go with Senator Listening. Senator, you connected.
Yes, I'm connected. Hi, good morning. I'm Senator Wilson. I probably represent really nice from your districts. And I want to thank Commissioner Devlin, my Cook County Commissioners, Mrs. Vasquez, and the Cook County Lawyer for bringing forward resolution item number 26-0977 as a part of the climate change super fund act. Cook County is already experiencing the real cost and climate crisis. Extreme rainstorms are becoming more frequent, overwhelming our aging infrastructure, including neighborhoods across the region. Today, more than 170,000 properties in Cook County face substantial flood risk, and that number is projected to grow as climate impacts accelerate. We have seen the consequences of these recently. In 2023, severe storms around historic rainfall across the region, causing an estimated 500 million damage across the northeastern Illinois. For many families, that meant flooded basements, displaced belongings, and repair bills that they just simply could not afford. At the same time, the fossil fuel corporations, most responsible for climate pollution, continue to post enormous profits. They know the risks, they hold the fuel prices, and now local governments and working families will be tasked to cover the cost. That's why I introduced the climate change super fund act notified. This legislation would require the largest fossil fuel companies to contribute to a state fund dedicated to climate resilience and recovery, helping communities repair damage, strengthen infrastructure, and prepare for the impacts that are already here. Because the reality is that counties like Cook are already investing millions to manage flooding, repair infrastructure, and protect residents. Local taxpayers should not be left carrying this burden alone. This resolution sends a powerful message that Cook County understands what is at stake and that it is ready to spend communities across the state demanding that polluters pay. Our neighborhoods are not disposable. Our communities deserve protection, and the cost of that kind of privilege should not fall on people who did the least deposit. Thank you for the leadership that is here. Thank you, Commissioner Beckman, the County Board. Together, we can make polluters pay and build a safe for a more resilient future for Cook County and for Illinois. Thank you.
Senator Thomas, you may begin and.
Good morning, Cook County Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Tomas Celestis. I served in the United States Marine Corps, a couple of tours overseas. I'm lawful age, competent, testify, declare under penalty of perjury. The following is true and correct based on personal knowledge and records in my possession. There's a serious issue with these circuit court judges that's happening, and people like myself that have done nothing to my children, nothing to my spouse. They're putting order of protection, protecting them without any reason. Especially, Mitchell, by the name of Mitchell Goldberg, in Cook County, Illinois, that's a party acting to colored law. There are other officers and agents of the state in similar violations. I declare it as violations of the Constitution of the United States and applicable federal statutes have been violated. The constitutional provisions implicating include Article 6 Supremacy Clause 4 Amendment, protection against reasonable search and seizures, 5th Amendment, guarantee of due process, 7th Amendment, right to trial by jury in civil matters exceeding $20, 14th Amendment of equal protection, a due process guarantee, statutory provisions implicated include 18 U.S.C. 241 and 242 criminal deprivation of rights and conspiracy to deprive of rights, traffic children for profit under Title 4D, child abuse, false claims for profit of Title 4D, obstruction of justice, fraudulent concealment, and falsifying official court records. So on January 30th, 2024, excuse me.
Got this so.
My children were unlawfully removed from my custody.
Terrible.
Sorry about that.
Terrible. The cookie judges.
Without lawful warrant, without jury determination or proper due process of law, under completely false and frivolous allegation by Mitchell B. Goldberg, and then later on by Bradley R. Trowbridge, who continued the abuse, the attack on familial union, acting judges, acting under criminal law, issued and enforced orders to deprive me of my parental rights. This is a legal and public notice. I filed federal lawsuit deprivation. I recently withdrawn. I'm sorry?
30 seconds.
Okay. I recently withdraw that lawsuit to refile that lawsuit. State of Illinois is included, as well as Circuit Court of Cook County at Richard Daley is included. They dismissed my counterclaim unlawfully. The same judge that's identified as a counterclaim in the divorce. They have stolen over $1 million. They're creating
And wrap your
debt
statement
out
up.
of thin air. What's that?
Wrap your statement up, time is
Yep.
expired.
But essentially, they don't have underlying debt to create debt obligations such as child support, which we all know it's not child support, it's state support.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And they're putting fathers and mothers in jail unlawfully, illegally, unconstitutionally.
So sir, let me recommend something.
And you guys are paying those individuals.
Sir, your time is expired. You want to make your statement, you want to do that, we'll circulate it.
That concludes my testimony.
Thank you. So here's our next speaker, Chairman. Taiwan Sims, Dennis White, followed by Mr. Bob Jackson from.
That's why y'all gotta get out of office.
Come on up.
That's y'all can't do that.
Are you in the room? Thank you. Please line up.
I'll take off to the system.
Next.
You can't go against the system.
Good morning, Commissioner Davis. This morning, once again, I'm back here and the commissioners speaking about the issue, which I gave you a packet of information concerning the charge of JG 194-392. This charge is from March 23rd, 2023. My child was removed from me. I've not seen my child since. The same judge, the criminal judge, Trowbridge, Boyd, all of these individuals over there in domestic relations. I have here a police report, which I have not. So this is a deprivation of rights. This has not been honored. And now I have an order of protection, a criminal order of protection that has been allowed against me. Not one order of protection from domestic relations, but there's a Deanna Williamson, the manager of domestic relations, who also attacked me and has been attacking me. This is 3 years now. Commissioner Steele has heard me, gave Lamont the packet. The president of the county board, Tony Pretwinkle, heard this testimony also, but there has been nothing done. And now, instead of helping me, I was given an order, because when you can make sense of things, I guess, they're gonna make you crazy. So instead of helping me, I'm given a appointed examination, yes, forensic clinical service, appointment for court-ordered examination to check my competency.
They're paying you Memphis. They'll do that with
To
that.
check my competency. They say that I can't help them in the case. I don't have the information. I don't have the will or the wherefore. I'm not competent enough. I'm Black and American. I'm stupid, I guess. Uneducated. But I'm a father, a desperate father, the same as the soldier that just left this podium. And I can't believe that a Marine will go through it. But imagine what a civilian might do. Y'all got the audacity to attack a civilian. Boy, wow, it's amazing. However, yesterday I brought also into y'all attention the case where, once again, these two charges, 25120 458 301, 25120 869 201, illegal charges, false arrest, for simply advocating about my child. Case 23D79597. I've been at this since 2024. And if y'all think that's not illegal, then any individual, hey, sir, y'all two down there speaking while I'm testifying. Excuse me, Black man, while I'm testifying. No, you're not. You can't be listening while you chuckling in her face. Well, I'm still experiencing this, sir. I'm experiencing this, sir. I'm experiencing this, sir. And I've come and spoke about this countless times. And excuse me, Jessica Saxon. What is that? How do you say emolument? Emolument violation, sir. That's what it is. A charge against this county for violating us as citizens, as American citizens, constitutional,
Your time is expired.
federal.
They wouldn't know that because they don't take them off. They pay people to take them off.
People of South.
Please begin.
We,
Good job.
I got this hat on right here. It say veteran. And when 40 years ago, I raised my right hand to defend the Constitution, both foreign and domestically. That's the flag right there. But when you have people that burn the flag, the Democrats don't say no. When you have people who don't understand the Constitution, the Democrats don't say nothing. When you have Black politicians that's in their seats who defend illegal aliens and then twist the Constitution to make us more ignorant, like Jasper Crockett over there is talking, and she don't pay attention. It really make me sick, Ralph Hank. And you all, it's like this here, the Democrat Party. You got white, corrupt politician under the Democrat Party. Then because they love power. But when you have Black politicians under Democrat policy, what do they love? Money. That's what they love.
Lifestyle.
And then when you over here going against the federal government that's in the White House right now, like Donald Trump, and then you call him a racist, a Hitler. You call ICE Gestapo, Nazism. But the word racism is them. That's who they are.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
I don't care you could smile,
You're an illegal, so
thank you for it.
immigrant. So of course.
But here's the
Yeah,
reality
you're,
right here.
no, you're not.
We are
Yeah.
sick
No, you're
of
not.
you all.
You
And
make,
you don't know how
you know, so I'm going from
we
here.
are of you all. Especially the black politician. And I'm now in an attack mode because you all are
Racist.
worse than
Hate yourself.
slaves.
Yeah, you.
And
This one right here.
are worse than slaves. You'll do anything for the master.
Yes, anything for the man.
So your master is not only that's in running Springfield, he was running the White House, and that was Joe Biden. So what y'all gonna do now? Y'all gonna do anything you can to keep them safe. But guess what? When you got black politicians that say ICE is disrupting the black and brown community and stuff,
Not the black.
not the blacks. No.
Not the blacks.
So
Except this one.
So you not only incompetent, you beyond stupidity.
All right.
Your brain level of policy are like a disease that's uncurable.
Coonism.
And it's called coonism.
Oh, a boom. Holiness.
Coonism.
All right.
And they. Jessica Sampson, please come to the, Mr. He's next. Come on. Mr. Brown, come on. And Mr. Brown, Jessica
Good
Sampson.
morning again. I'm back. Good morning. Okay, I'm representing Roseland Ceasefire, a non-violence action group. I came here to thank the Board of Commissioners, President Portwinkle, Chairman Daly, and everyone who was involved. Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Casco, thank you guys for allowing us. Once you look at our statistics, you see that your money was not wasted on our company. You'll see that the statistics from 2000 to currently 2025, violence has gone down in South Suburban, West Pullman area. This is documented. This information is coming from your Cook County Coroner's Office. So and we've been around the last 20 years doing the same work in the same neighborhoods. And now we're starting to see fruition of our work. They're putting us out of business, which is a good thing. Stop killing people. This is our message. Come save the community, one block at a time, boots on the ground. I just want to say thank you guys, for Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Casco, and all the distinguished board members. Thank you for supporting our cause. Thank you.
Say that, brother.
All right, Jessica Sampson, you're in the room, please come to your mic.
Just ran to the bathroom.
Followed by, Samantha. Dr. Sandy Norman, if you're in the room, please come to the mic. And we're gonna take on lasers on the floor. So, George. When we pass Dr.
Norman.
Norman.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioner Daly. Honor to you and all our commissioners and respectable organizations. I'm gonna be real brief because I know that we don't have a lot of time. I just want to say that as I come, to these meetings, I don't come here because I necessarily want to be here, but I come here because I have to be here. And the people that come here, you guys do have a job and you get paid to be here. But I hope that everybody realizes that people take time out of their, schedules, and it costs us money to come and to advocate on behalf of our communities. I'm a young lady. I have a degree, of course, in criminal justice. My organization is Life Beyond Limits, Inc. And so I worked my way through school. I had a job, 5300 North Sheridan. In this job, I had a man that befriended me, who became like a best friend to me, an older gentleman that I had coffee with every single morning. Well, when this gentleman died, he would tell me stories about the mob. He taught me about Colombian neckties, for those of you that don't know what that is. When that gentleman passed away, I thought all those stories that he told me that they were not real. But how many of y'all know that when I came back to work, the news was out there at Metropolitan Park Sheridan? I say that to say that as I worked as a security guard, and when I hear the complaints of people like Flip Red, I hear Miss Jessica, I hear Zoe, I hear this brother and even the Marine that, cried about his children. These are things that, that we should not just brush off, but we should look for solutions to try to help people. And so what I saw doctors, I saw lawyers as a security guard, people that I had a lot of relationships with, the very people as they talked about that were those judges. Well, they were doing crack, they were doing drugs, they had drug addictions, they had on, three-piece suits just like you guys here. And so when we talk about corruption, it exists. Let's not act like these things are not, that they're not happening, you guys, because they are. But the thing to do is we need to acknowledge that people are hurting. The taxes are going up. I do violence prevention. I don't talk violence prevention. I'm out there 12 months a year, documented. And so I've never gotten any funding from anyone. I fund it myself. But I find that when I come into these systems, it's so much gatekeeping. Money only go to the same organizations. And when you're out there actually doing the work, I had an award from the AFT caucus where they were going to honor me as a Black woman doing the work of saving communities, not just Black. I love my Black community 100%, but I'm in other communities also as well. It was a slap in my face to have the AFT CTU to say we're going to give you an award and then abruptly just take it back for no reason. I don't have to agree with the Democrat side all the time, the Republican side, but as an American citizen, I have a right to believe for what I stand in, and it should not be political retribution just because you may have a different opinion.
Your time is expired.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Jessica Saxton. I was here last year and we provided notice to all of you. That was in accordance with.
The mic on?
That was in accordance with Rule 17 and 120 of the United States Supreme Court. I have not seen any action nor have I heard from any one of you, so I'm back again. In March 15th of 1984, the federal government, what they did was they exposed one of the most successful corruptions in America, and that was called Operation Greywood. We actually have a citizen-led investigative team that has for the last couple of years, especially the last couple of months. We've been extracting information from public records regarding your judges. All that information is being deposited into repositories across the United States. These are encrypted, so they cannot be destroyed. Most of you will not be able to find them. What I'm here to tell you today is that we have the evidence against your judges. We have the evidence against your guardian ad litems. We have the evidence against many of your social workers, CPS workers, your attorneys. We have the evidence against many of you right here, sitting here, watching, acting like you don't know what the hell's going on. But guess what? We've already established that many of you do. Many of you look at me like I maybe don't know what I'm talking about. But I know. We know. And the evidence is already in our possession. Deprivation of rights under the color of law. That's 18 U.S.C. 2. When two or more people conspire to deprive citizens of their rights that are secured and protected by the Constitution, that is 18 U.S.C. 241. In the event that kidnapping occurs, while depriving citizens, families, parents, and children of their rights that are secured and protected by the Constitution, there are 3 punishments that come with that. It's fines, prison, and death. Yes, that is a capital punishment. When you deprive people of their rights and kidnapping occurs, there is a capital punishment that comes with that. That's the other side. That is for a grand jury to decide, and the lesson is there. Serving you guys today with affidavits of criminal conspiracy. Many of these are signed according to 28 U.S.C. 1746. This is prima facie evidence against judges in this county. I'd encourage all of you to report these messages to the FBI, and that would be pursuant to USC subsection 4, which is misprision of felony, that says that if you conceal crimes and you do not report those crimes to some civil or military authority as soon as possible, that you and yourself Even if you are not complicit, I may not have evidence against you now, but if you do not support these crimes, that is a crime in itself. Please direct me to the clerk so that I can make sure that this gets into the speaker of this year. The next speaker is Commemorating.
It's Rico time.
Good morning. My name is Susanna George, and I'm here to request the board's help regarding Judicial Review Board and IVPR. Both of them are located in York County. I'm requesting a thorough and accurate investigation into the state actors who entrap families in what I would describe as legal slavery. Some of my case details can be easily accessed through public records, which is the U.S. Supreme Court. I have 2 writs filed in the U.S. Supreme Court, and they could be easily accessed by just Googling my name. In November of 2023, my 2 minor children were completely and traumatically separated from me. And you would ask why. That was a day which was supposed to be a pretrial day, but all of a sudden that pretrial day was turned into an emergency hearing because a sealed report from a custody evaluator who was handpicked by the opposing party accused that there is a medical condition that can only be treated by a therapist handpicked by the very accusing custody evaluator. And in fact, the medical records say that I am the fit, loving, and healthy parent. And on top of it, the medical reports actually point fingers at the opposing party. Now you would ask, with no evidence to support this, why didn't I get my children back? Here's why. I was denied due process consistently and repeatedly. Every source of truth was barred from the trial. 18 medical professionals of my children were barred from testifying. My own psychologist was not allowed to testify. My rebuttal expert was not allowed to complete a report, forget about testifying in the trial. And to top it all out, my soon-to-be 16-year-old was not allowed to testify. And that is awful because the entire case hinged on her facts. I want to repeat that. The entire case hinged on her facts, and she was not allowed to testify. Her distress letter was ignored by the court. She was not allowed to be interviewed by the judge. So you would ask, what was allowed? Well, I can tell you what was allowed. Perjury was allowed. Fraud was allowed. Due process violations were allowed. And violations of constitutional rights. And if you want to see some of those examples, please go to the U.S. Supreme Court website, Google my name, and you will find some of those details. Lastly, I want to conclude by saying that the family court was not designed to be a trading floor. Children are real human beings and not commodities to be traded in the family court to maximize profits via federal funding and attorney fees. The Illinois families, they do not deserve their constitutional rights to be trampled.
Statement time is expired.
Yes, so that's all I want to say. Please help us for protection of our constitutional rights, and thank you for listening.
Morning. Todd Blaze from the Chicago Bar Foundation. I want to thank the entire board and the Bureau of Economic Development and the Circuit Court for your continuing commitment to homelessness prevention, specifically around helping to prevent avoidable evictions in the eviction process. I'm usually here to talk to you about housing debt, which, as you've heard from me in the past, has become a national model for improving the process. A difficult process for everybody, but today I'm here to speak to line 762, I believe it is, which is a specific request from the Bureau to fund the Illinois Housing and Development, I can never say it, IDA for short, for court-based rental assistance, which is an important complement to that program. Rental assistance is particularly important in the process when we've got people going through temporary difficulties where they get behind on rent and end up in eviction court, but they're otherwise good tenants, good relationships with their landlords, and stably housed, but for this situation. Temporary rental assistance that comes through this program makes a huge difference both for the tenants and the landlords, and our entire community is better off when we do not have people go through eviction for that reason. The state is the primary funder for the rental assistance program through IDA, and they are projected to run out of money before the end of their fiscal year. So this grant here that is before you today to IDA will allow that program to continue for Cook County residents through most of the rest of the fiscal year for the state. And that's going to keep literally hundreds of people who otherwise might be in a otherwise completely preventable eviction situation from having to go through that. So thank you again for all of your support of the program and for this consideration today too. Thanks.
Clear our next set of speakers. This is a public speaking night. It is Jack Solomon, Dr. Kendall, Shirley Drewinski. If you're anyone, please help. Please help. Jack Solomon, Dr. Kendall, Shirley Drewinski, Rod Cheney. Come to the mic, please.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jack Solomon. I'm the CEO of the organization Developing Our Youth. I've been in education for over 30 years. I'm here to speak about the impact of Cook County and education. Some people are speaking about certain funding that's tailored to education and not being appropriately put in spaces. But I'm applauding the Cook County Board and the commissioners for supporting education in the way of mental health, education resources surrounding education are what's needed. Tax bases are heavy when it comes to school districts. So the weight should really be on the school districts for the educational piece and the county for the resources surrounded around education. I think pointing the finger to the board to that education and the funding in that way is not appropriate. I think we should be working together to service our students in the correct way.
Did you get your grant?
Resources, skip through. Resources surrounding education. The county provides resources to surround education and the educational system. That's what I'm here to speak about and just applaud the county as a whole. My family has been in education for over 100 years. So I understand this process and the need that students need and the resources that students need for education to be effective. School districts cannot do it alone. Communities can't do it alone. We have to be a consortium of resources and services to make education work correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, comes to the mic. Any order and tell us your name.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shirley Drewinski, and I am the mayor of the city of Harvey. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Today, I'm here to express my appreciation to President Preckwinkle, Commissioner Keisha McCaskill, and everyone who has assisted us with funding. We know Harvey is going through a challenging time. I was so excited to hear from the mayor of Melrose. That is our Harvey. That is going to be our next Harvey. I want to say thank you for your leadership, for your commitment. You have made a difference in the South suburbs, in not only in these towns, but most importantly to the residents. And I happen to be a resident of Harvey, so I am very grateful. The dollars are just not paper. These are really impacting the services that you are applying to the South suburbs are beneficial to the people's lives. I'm a little nervous here. So I just want to say thank you. I want to say that I'm truly grateful for the partnership. I want to continue that partnership and your investment in the Southland. We together, not one individual. I hear a lot of people here and a lot of people have concerns. It's not one, it's all of us. We have to work together. And in order for us to work together, we need to communicate. And it sounds that you are allowing everyone a right to voice their concerns. So I thank you for that. And I want to say thank you to President Preckwinkle, to the board, and God bless. And Harvey's gonna be the next Melrose, right?
Next time.
And yes, all right, thank you. Have a great day.
Is Dr. Kendall in the room?
Yeah, y'all going to jail. Harvey ain't got no money. Chris Moore is not dead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kendall Harris. Thank you for allowing me to be here this morning. I'd like to say, on behalf of the Village of Robbins and the Southland, I'd like to thank President Preckwinkle, my commissioner, Commissioner McCaskill, for the outstanding services in investing and cook in the Southland to minimize food deserts throughout the Southland, especially in those communities where there is no grocery store, no sustainable place for individuals in the community to shop. And also to continue to invest those dollars in those communities for children, for economic development, for workforce development, and to make the Southland a much better and brighter area for people to live, serve, and get their education. Thank you so much.
Rod Cheney?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, everybody. I got some good news. And can we get some good news in here? Okay, they call me Coach Cheney. Okay, you see, I'm out there with the kids. I wear boots on the ground for real.
Amen.
Okay, I'm the executive director of Development IU, NFP. I'd like to thank very much. Well, let me give you a little history. Last year, this time, we was in some dire straits. And we was working, we had programs as far west as Maywood and as far east and northwest as Gary. We touched, and this is annual, over 3,000 kids. It's not including their family, the parents. We affect over 3,000 kids. We can't do this without you. There's no way this can happen. I didn't get to ask for money. What I did is really ask for your collaboration, your partnership. Okay? I would like to thank last year, we almost closed our doors. We almost closed our doors last year in Maywood. You saw the mayor that just came up. Okay, we're doing some fantastic things with kids, not just in Maywood, that whole surrounding community, Bellwood, Broadview, okay, Old Parking. We go far south as Harvey, South Holland, Calumet City, Calumet Park, Dixmoor, Chicago Heights, Ford Heights. We can't do this without you. I like to say, today, person who's been in office probably less than a year, I think, Dr. Keisha McCaskill. I've been knowing Keisha McCaskill probably for almost 2 decades. She got into this position and she didn't waver at all. She came and helped. She said, what can I do? And what can we do for the kids? Also, I'd like to thank President Tony Preckwinkle. Without the bridge loan program, we would have closed our doors in Maywood. I'd like to thank Adolphus Kendall for helping to facilitate it. And he walked me through. We was 2 weeks away from closing our doors. 2 weeks. I mean, no staff, You know, we do the senior program, you know, we have over 120 something kids in that Maywood program alone with after school, boxing, sports, and so on and so forth. During the holiday, we would have closed our doors. Dr. Kendall, thank you. And thank President Preckwinkle for providing opportunity for the Bridge Load program to keep our doors open. So during the holidays, them kids had somewhere to go. We facilitated over 1,200 kids from October to December during that critical time where they having haunted houses and Thanksgiving, Christmas parties. We was there for them. We did over 24 repasses. So I like to thank repasses. Really, President Preckwinkle, Dr. Keisha McCaskill on the South Side, thank you so much. Dr. Kendall, thank you so much for helping facilitate. Thank you very much. She's not getting back in office, man. She's not getting back in office. It's Tony Preckwinkle's last term. She's not getting back in office. Have to come down here and chuck and jive. Chuck and jive.
I think Preckwinkle's doing a great job.
Oh, she's doing terrible, just like your teeth. Just like your teeth. They still messed up, I see. Paid protesting. A piece of shit. Piece of shit. A faggot. Faggot.
Transition as many of the work of Hotel.
A faggot, a dirty Jew faggot.
Southland, she stepped right in and reached out to find out what services would be for the county. I think most of the issues and a lot of
Black
stuff
men too.
is
I get that next to you.
So as commissioners, we've been really trying to diligent as possible on all of getting how board that information. So I just want to extend that to you again, and we'll continue to work in partnership. Make sure we bring Harvey back. I know there's a lot of concern about Harvey, but I agree with you. It's going to be like Maywood and what's happening in Proviso and all of the other counties. So we're all working as commissioners to bring our cities up. And I want you to know that it's not just me. All 17 commissioners are just as concerned about Harvey as they are about other areas. So please know that we are working together.
You're going down.
Somebody of importance said, keep the hope alive. So we're keeping the hope
This
alive.
meth head right here. This is a meth head.
Thank you guys so much.
A meth head right there.
Hope, don't stop fighting.
Okay, and then Danielle on the right.
A meth head. That's a meth head right there. I'm going back.
Yes.
Okay, you're actually Danielle, where are you?
This is a paid protester. It's a paid civil rights activist right here, y'all. That's about to become a.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jennifer Barron, and I am an Illinois protected parent who has been involved in family court proceedings since 2017. I am here today because my experience has revealed serious concerns about the lack of oversight and accountability for professionals whose opinions can influence custody decisions affecting children. These circumstances culminated in a situation where my fundamental parental rights were effectively suspended when I was placed on a no contact order with my child, despite previously obtaining an emergency order of protection for both myself and my child. These restrictions were imposed without due process of law, without an evidentiary hearing, and without findings of fact and conclusions of law that I had harmed, neglected, or seriously endangered my child. Following this, a hearing was not held for approximately 8 months, and the same restrictions were continued despite the absence of clear and convincing evidence that my child was at risk of harm in my care. Throughout my case, several professionals played significant roles in the outcome of my family court matter. For example, a pediatrician provided custody recommendations despite not being appointed by the court and outside the normal scope of pediatric medical practice. Those recommendations were submitted in unsworn letters, and the pediatrician never testified in open court regarding those opinions. Similarly, a child therapist involved in the matter has never testified in open court regarding concerns raised in the case, including disclosures of abuse that were not fully documented or properly reported, which raises serious concerns about whether mandatory reporting obligations were fulfilled. At the same time, the guardian ad litem to the case conducted an investigation that did not include interviews with my witnesses and consideration of all documented evidence. These experiences also raise serious questions about whether clearer standards for guardian ad litem investigations may be warranted, including trauma-informed training and qualifications, and clear investigative standards when child safety concerns are involved. These concerns extend beyond my individual case and raise broader questions about oversight systems affecting families across Illinois. I have pursued multiple oversight channels. I filed a complaint with the Illinois Attorney General's Civil Rights Division and was referred to the Judicial Inquiry Board with my case number. I also filed complaints with the Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation regarding licensed professionals involved in the matter. Those complaints were open but remain unresolved, and I was informed that progress on at least one of these investigations appeared to depend on the developments in the family court case. This raises serious questions about whether families have meaningful access to independent oversight when licensed professionals influence custody outcomes, and I would welcome any board assistance or guidance the board may be able to provide in addressing this gap. I have exhausted appellate remedies and am preparing to seek review before the Illinois Supreme Court. My purpose in speaking today is to highlight a broader issue affecting families navigating the family court system. Families depend on these systems to protect children and ensure fair decision-making. When oversight systems fail to respond quickly or transparently, children can remain in harmful situations while families wait months, sometimes years for accountability. I personally have not seen my daughter in going on a year and a half now.
Oh, geez.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sell out right here.
Thank you,
LGBT
Madam
sell.
Vice Chair. I come here today to talk about something that is going on that is not getting that much awareness about. And I have a feeling that as great as I think you are, Clerk Monica Gordon, I think Chappelle Hooks might be doing this to you and you're not being open about it. There is this onset of AI audio hallucinations. I was admitted on January 28th to Linden Oaks with an unknown psychosis. The psychosis was an auditory hallucination from my roommate. I also had other things, an unexplained migraine from wave abuse. It would sound like I'm schizophrenic, but I know that my executive function is there. Me and the vice chair have had many phone conversations. I miss our phone conversations. But there is this thing, this epidemic going on that we're not talking about. And it is AI audio hallucinations and wave violence. I would like to ask the board today if I am one of those weighty and honorable Cook County residents, that they take action over AI audio hallucinations and wave violence now. AI is not getting any kind of regulatory management right now, but we are the premier county within the country to actually do stuff first. We do things far beyond Los Angeles, far beyond just our little towns. And I know that I could be in Springfield and think that I am around some of the most powerful people in the room in Springfield, but the most powerful people in the room in Springfield are here right now. So I call upon you, both the Democratic Party of Cook County and, sorry, just a little stressed. It's a hard thing to talk about, okay? And to take action over these AI audio hallucinations and wave violence. It's happening in our cities. And right now, Northeastern Illinois University, where I'm a student at, is being targeted very highly by it. And I feel that the clerk is being targeted by it by Chappelle Hooks and Harvey. And I feel that now that needs to go before the ethics board because the clerk is compromised. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Y'all can play them games along. We're gonna talk about that money that they say y'all steal. So if y'all gonna play this game, we can do it. We can do it.
Go ahead. Hello, my name is Daniel Narani, and I am here speaking out against injustices in CPS and DCFS family court system on behalf of my son, myself, and the people of Illinois. On September 30th of 2020, during COVID, my son was removed from me by an investigator named Blake Fox and 2 police officers. They came to my house to remove my child without providing me any court order, warrant, or paperwork explaining why they were taking him. I was threatened with an arrest and told I would be charged with kidnapping if I did not give him over. He was my only child after constant miscarriages and 14 years of infertility. He's my only child. My son was ripped from my arms as he cried and screamed for me, but I could not do anything about it. I wasn't allowed to see my son for several weeks and found out it was due to multiple hotline calls that were never properly investigated. There are many services that are offered through the state and through CPS that should have been first before making a decision to remove my son, which was never offered. No safety plan and no alternative ways to work through the accusations while my son stayed in the home. I witnessed lying in court reports. From my hearing, I had to go through evaluation after evaluation while they kept my son from me. I lost so much time with my son. They forced excessive drug drops and alcohol tests, yet my child wasn't taken for these reasons. All because of how excessive it was. I lost my job. The system is made it unbearable. They canceled visits with my son, or they would arrive at the visit spot and they just didn't show up. I would ask for holidays and birthdays with my son, and they wouldn't even allow me the chance. I asked them not to cut his hair due to religious reasons, and they disregarded my request. They coached my family members, Corey and Blanca Bender, to turn against me. They would cancel family meetings, which were supposed to be done every 3 months. The foster parents accused me of coaching my son, yet I barely ever had time with him. That makes no sense. They lied about service providers and notes. I've endured constant harassment through this 6-year process. At my last hearing, my caseworker, Alvania Ferry Burks, last mile just stuck her tongue out at me. She was accusatory and also accused me of being pregnant. My son was not hurt with me more in foster care. He had bumps, bruises, scratches, and scars. Yet every time I asked how these things happen, I was always left in the dark. When my son was in my care, the only time he went to the doctor was for his shots. They cause mental, emotional harm, and they put parents through. I've been dealing with this for going on 6 years now. I got sick and tired, so I went back to school, became a dental assistant and a CNA. I have no felonies, but yet they put my son with the known felons. I work 16 hours a day to be able to provide myself with an attorney, which now went pro se. Thank you.
Our next speaker. Aaron Murphy, Dr. Nicole Scott, Mary Gore, Sarah Brown, and Diane Brown. And the roll please in whatever order you get to the is now.
Thank you. My name is Erin Murphy. I'm the superintendent of West Northfield School District 31, serving Glenview and Northbrook. I'm here today with my colleague, Mary Gore, superintendent of Mount Prospect District 57. We represent a coalition of suburban superintendents impacted by the delayed tax bills that led to delayed tax receipts and frankly, a season of inconsistent and incomplete communication. Our coalition has since been joined by our suburban library partners who have echoed our same concerns. When districts asked why this happened, the explanation ranged from the treasurer's office to Tyler Technologies. What appeared to be missing was clear and countywide oversight and coordination. Even now, as the spring collection has begun, the fall distribution is still not fully reconciled. Some taxing bodies have not received their full funds, while others have received more than anticipated. Because there is no visible reconciliation, serious questions remain about the accuracy of the distributions already made and the overall integrity of the system that manages these funds. For districts like ours, the impact has been real, and it impacts kids. We lost money through broken investments, lost investment opportunities, and the interest costs associated with tax anticipation warrants. This situation forced us to ask questions about accountability, restitution, and accurate financial accounting of taxpayer dollars. While these concerns remain, I do want to acknowledge and celebrate that in recent days, we have begun to see movement towards solutions. I would like to thank President Krenwinkel's office for a meeting with us this week to hear our concerns, and thank President Krenwinkel herself for personally reaching out. We also thank her for the recent communication outlining an action plan. Specifically, we appreciate the commitment to hold a public hearing that brings together the various property tax offices and bodies and Tyler Technology so that the process can be discussed open and transparently. We also support the plan for a thorough audit of the 2024 property tax collections and distributions, with particular attention on the technology system involved. And finally, we welcome the President's Office's commitment to improve communication, including updates at key milestones in the property tax cycle. While we still need some clarity on the hearing timeline and the audit scope, this is the first time many of us have felt that our concerns are being taken seriously. And that the stewardship of taxpayer dollars is receiving the attention it deserves. We are not ready to let go of this issue, but we are willing to engage constructively, learn about the timeline and next steps, and remain part of the communication loop as solutions develop. Our hope is that this effort represents a genuine commitment to improve the system for the students and communities we serve. The educators and librarians we represent are hopeful because of this recent outreach, but we will remain diligent. And if there is one thing to know about educators and librarians working together, is that we are a formidable force when we are advocating for our communities. We look forward to seeing this plan in action.
That was Karen speaking, right? And you're board.
Good morning, members of Cook County Board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Nicole Scott, founder and executive director of American Association of Single Parents, the organization that's behind Free Indeed Market, located in the Southland community of Dalton. I am here today with a clear and urgent message. More investment is needed in the Southland, and we need it now. Far too long, communities in the Southland have done more with less. We have strong residents, dedicated leaders, and organizations working every single day to help stabilize families. But far too often, when resources are distributed, those dollars return to the same organizations outside of the Southland. While many of the organizations doing the daily work in our communities continue to operate with extremely limited financial support. If we truly want to strengthen Cook County, we must invest in communities and organizations within those immediate areas that are already producing results in the Southland. In 2021, in partnership with the Greater Chicago Food Depository, we opened the doors to Free Indeed Market, a client choice food pantry, working together to ensure families have access to nutritious food with dignity and choice. Since opening Free Indeed Market, we have served more than 50,000 households across Cook County. Families come to our market not just from the Southland, but throughout Cook County. We regularly see residents traveling from Chicago all the way to Dalton because they literally get to grocery shop 100% free. Free Indeed Market has become a staple in the community, a place families depend on week after week to help keep food on their tables. What started as a local response to food insecurity has grown into a Cook County resource located in the Southland. And that work is now part of something even bigger. The development of the Ava Recreation Resource Center, a community hub connecting food access with workforce development, youth programming, and family support services. But the truth is simple. The Southland cannot continue to do this work alone. Investment, more investment is needed. And investment is needed now in organizations that are boots on the ground. Investment is needed in the solutions that are already working, because when you invest in the Southland, you are not just funding programs, you are strengthening families and you are stabilizing communities. The Southland has never lacked commitment or solutions. What it has lacked is investment. Today is an opportunity to change that. The work is already happening in the Southland. What we need now is the investment to match it. Please choose to invest in the Southland. Thank you for your time and your leadership. Thank you.
Esther Brown. Tanya Brown. Lauren Dirks. If you're in the room, please come to the light. Victoria Mikowski.
Lloyd Phillips. Joshua Bancock. Sorry, here, I called your name, you in the room, please come line up, introduce yourself. Good morning. I'm Laura Dirks. Good morning, President Preckwinkle and Board of Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Degnan, for your outstanding leadership on climate action and specifically on your introduction of these 3 resolutions today. All of them take a stand on ways we can hold the fossil fuel industry accountable to our planet and to our communities. My name is Laura Dirks. I live in Oak Park and facilitate the Oak Park Climate Action Network. I'm also coordinating the Illinois campaign opposing Big Oil's push for legal immunity. I speak this morning in strong support for resolution number 260978, the resolution directed to our U.S. Congress and its Illinois delegation to oppose the push by the fossil fuel industry for legal immunity at the national level. As we are all acutely aware, Chicagoans and nearby suburban communities must fiercely protect our rights from federal overreach, intrusion, and violation of rights. In addition to these ongoing threats, the very real threat we face as a nation are corporations grabbing as much power as possible. Right now, the fossil fuel industry is urging Congress to take away our right to hold them accountable by giving them legal immunity. The tobacco industry and the opioid industry caused billions in damage to our health and well-being until they were charged, tried, and proven guilty. Billions in settlement funds have been and are continuing to support Illinois programs, including Medicaid, to help pay for healthcare services. These harmful industries were not above the law. The fossil fuel industry is asking to be above the law. For decades, they have known and deceived us about the impact of greenhouse gas emissions from burning coal, methane gas, and oil. Our state has experienced firsthand the detrimental impacts of climate change. Flooding, extreme heat, polluted air, intensified tornadoes, wildfire smoke from the north and the west, all affecting our health and well-being, especially those communities closest to industrial areas. In 2024, the city of Chicago has shown its commitment to climate action by taking legal action to make Big Oil pay for its role in climate change. Additionally, new legislation in Springfield, also honored here today, will set up a climate super fund that Senator Guzman spoke about that will support communities most affected by climate change and ask fossil fuels to pay for it. Both of these methods, legislation and lawsuits, would be null and void in perpetuity if this industry gains legal immunity. In fact, any opportunity to ask Big Oil to pay for its share of climate mitigation and resilience would be eliminated at all levels of government with legal immunity. Congress is working on legislation right now that will provide this privilege and power to this trillion-dollar industry. The climate crisis is exacerbating the affordability crisis by driving up costs for taxpayers and local governments. We can't let massive fossil fuel companies eliminate our ability to make them pay their fair share. Thank you, Commissioner Degnan, for introducing this resolution that urges Congress to reject this dangerous idea of giving legal immunity to industries that cause harm in our state, our county, our city. I urge you all to support this resolution and appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Brown. I am going to first lead with, I do appreciate the opportunity to stand before these amazing commissioners. I am not only a resident of the Southland, but also a business owner. I am here to definitely extend my heartfelt gratitude to Commissioner Donna Miller for sponsoring a resolution and for her years of steadfast work to improve maternal health in Cook County. Today is doula day, and so doulas are more than just birth support professionals. They are advocates, educators, and emotional pillars for families during one of the most transformative times in their lives. Their presence helps ensure their expectant parents feel empowered, informed, and supported as they navigate prenatal care, labor, and postpartum adjustments. Research consistently shows that the involvement of doulas can lead to improved health outcomes, reduced rates of cesarean sections, and cesareans. Yeah, when I'm saying, and more positive birth experiences. As we commemorate this day, let us reflect on the work that lies ahead. I'm gonna end there because I'm more of a, just kind of natural, and I just want to address everyone that's in the room. The amazing work is not just because I support on other things that she does, but I personally just met with a client last night. It's tax time, and she's a nurse, and so in the Southland region, if anyone knows, is desolate with affordable healthcare, efficient healthcare that is. And this is a constant issue when it comes down to minority women having appropriate health care. And so this program has definitely helped. I was definitely excited to hear just before my efforts to come here this morning that how impactful this is. And it can be with more investment, of course, in the Southland. But just want to thank you guys for your time today. Thank you.
Is Diane Brown here? Diane, is she here? Diane Brown? Is she speaking or not? No. Thank you. Please come to the mic, tell us who's next. Any order, it's okay.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me be here today. My name is Vicki Rogowski. I'm the director of the Forest Park Public Library. It's really an honor to be able to address you all and to be able to speak on behalf of the 52 suburban and libraries that were impacted by the tax bills. Yeah. You know, I'm not here today to yell or scream, so everybody can relax. I'm here to tell you about the roof over my romance section at Forest Park Public Library. So for about 3 years now, I've been dealing with a persistent leak above romance, which is super unromantic. Our warranty company just can't seem to isolate the source of the leak. So every time it rains, we hope the patch holds, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So it's an understatement to say that these systems are on their last legs. And replacement for our HVAC and our roof, which needed to happen like yesterday, would conservatively cost about $1.3 million, or 55% of my annual budget. Our plan for the next fiscal year was to issue a debt certificate and fund the repairs through a combination of modest capital savings and a structured 10-year repayment plan. However, going 6 months without tax revenue means we've decimated the 6 months of general operating reserves we typically maintain. So that leaves us without the cushion that we need to make these crucial repairs or the opportunity to transfer funds to capital savings. So I'm resigning myself to another year of coming in after every storm to see if we made it through without disaster striking until we can build our reserves back up again. So while my roof and my romance section are specific to me, there are a lot of stories we directors could tell you about the impact of this situation. Some libraries were looking at closing their doors because they literally couldn't afford to pay staff. This wasn't poor stewardship. This was a lack of delivery of funds to which we are legally entitled to provide services for our taxpayers in our communities. We can't make insurance premiums, electric bills, or building repairs magically disappear, or just ask people to wait for payment while we shake the couch cushions for change. If you walk away remembering anything I said today, I hope it will be this. Many of your Cook County libraries were weeks, not months, away from disaster. And the danger is not over for us until we are made whole. And I did just learn about the audit. I really want to say thank you for doing that, and we're fully behind and support that. On behalf of my colleagues and myself, I'm asking you to please distribute the remainder of the second installment. They are crucial for us to be able to run our organizations. I promise you that if libraries disappear tomorrow, much of what we all enjoy about a democratic society would also disappear. And I want you to know it was an uncomfortably near thing for several of us, and our confidence in the system is shaken. I do want to thank you, commissioners, because you have been most responsive to our struggles. And I think you've done the most to actually help us get our funding back in order. Thank you very much. I know everybody wants to focus on the future, and for all of our sakes, I hope the system that we've been upgrading is fixed. And I can stop worrying about this and I can get back to my roof. In the future, we hope to see an effective line of communication between the treasurer's office, the county, and the taxing bodies, all of the taxing bodies. Thank you.
Who's next? Is Zoe in the room?
May I just interrupt for just one moment if people will indulge me? On this particular issue.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to the librarians and the superintendents. People who are very close to my heart and my district, many of whom I know very well, who just came and either spoke or was present here today. I certainly understand the continuing problem that have been created by the system. I'm not going to go through all of the different reasons why we are here where we are. I'll just make two quick observations. One, I do think that the system is now going to be working. We did get the bills out for this next installment. And I do think that the money is going to be able to flow in the expected way, which, only has been done on time since President Preckwinkle has been the president of Yale County. And secondly, I have now grown as disgusted as I am by the fact that I feel that another separately elected official has both treated our libraries and our superintendents rudely with obscene language and in a way that was completely unprofessional. If you want to talk to them after this, you can find out exactly what happened. It is not acceptable to me that this happens. I do not supervise the other elected officials in this county, but I am the chairman of the Legislation and Intergovernmental Relations Committee of this board, and I will call a hearing for the resolution next month to have the treasurer come in and answer the questions that have been raised by Tyler Technology, which are profoundly disturbing, in a letter that in my 25 years as an elected official, I've never seen anything like it. And we're going to get those answers. We're going to make sure that the remainder of this money is distributed, and this board will continue to commit itself to bring to light everything that's going on in a separately elected official who we cannot control, but who I believe has created, perhaps intentionally, issues that do not need to exist. And those hearings will happen, that audit will happen, and I hope that you will all come and ask your questions then as well. Thank you.
Yes, it's you. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Zoe Phillips. I'm reading testimony from someone who has been incarcerated in Cook County Jail for more than 2 years. So this is what this individual says. Because this judge is a belligerent judge, he's literally stood up and told the bailiff to take the pen out of my hand because I could use it as a weapon. And I literally picked it up. I showed it to him. I said, this is a flex pen that Cook County Jail sells on their commissary. I meant it. I said, how can I use this as a weapon? He didn't say anything, but he wanted the bailiff to take it out of my hand. I had to give it to the bailiff because I take notes in here. That's why everything he does and everything that they say, I pay close attention to it and I take my notes. Because when I went to court for my friend's cousin, the state's attorney came up to me and asked me, who are you? I told the state's attorney, I said, I'm here to advise. I'm here to monitor the court. I'm a constitutional monitor and I belong to the National Lawyers Guild. I'm an international member. I'm not a member of just one chapter. And they got so scared, you could see the state attorney went and whispered something into the judge's ear. And she popped her head up and looked at me. And I could read her lips because one of my childhood friends was deaf. So I had to learn how to read lips and do sign language. And she whispered, she didn't cover her mouth. So I was able to read her lips. She goes, I want him out of the courtroom as soon as possible. So they pleaded my friend out to 1 year that day. It's like they don't want people observing what's going on in the courtroom. So that was testimony from someone in Cook County Jail. In 2026, the Cook County Board approved 12 new positions for the state's attorney's office and a budget increase. According to Cook County 2026 approved appropriations, the state's attorney office currently has a $253 million budget, more than double the $117 million public defender budget. There are dozens and dozens of people inside Cook County Jail who have been on pre-trial for more than several years. I urge you to reconsider the budget appropriations and devote more to public defense and less to the state's attorney. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. We have a remarkable opportunity to promote equity and bring much needed money to our public schools before us. We can bring precious resources to our students to help them thrive and unleash their potential. That's why it's imperative that the Cook County Board pass Resolution 26-0974 and encourage the state to opt into the federal scholarship tax credit program. Last summer, Congress created this program whereby anyone can donate up to $1,700 for public or private schools and receive a federal tax credit. This money can support a wide range of educational services, including tutoring, supplemental instruction, instructional materials, online coursework, educational therapies for students with disabilities, standardized testing and college admissions fees, exam fees, and dual course enrollment. Scholarship money does not replace or divert local, state, or federal education funding. It adds to it through private funding from members of our community. This program will be fueled by the generosity of our neighbors and their passion for investing in our schools. Illinoisans are generous, and we should support this generosity. Illinois residents support this program by wide margins. Support for the scholarship program is bipartisan too. Recently, Illinois State Comptroller Susan Mendoza spoke out in favor of Illinois opting in. A majority of states, 27 thus far, including Colorado, Nevada, and Virginia, have already opted into the program, and more undoubtedly will follow. If Illinois decides not to opt in, our students will lose. That's because Illinois residents can still donate money to students in other states, since this is a federal, non-state tax credit. Rejecting free money for students is simply inequitable. We know our students are struggling. They need resources. Illinoisans stand ready to provide these resources. Rejecting this federal program only hurts the people who need opportunity most. Students, our future leaders, and workers. Support equity, support opportunity, and empowerment. Support this resolution. Thank you.
Garcia, are you in the room?
Oh, very good.
So that would be real sense.
Ridiculous.
My name is Garcia, like I said, I'm one of the commissioners of the parents. So I'm reading testimony for a gentleman inmate at Cook County Jail that February 28th, he made 15 years pre-trial. He's at discovery right now. He says, I am not a convicted man, but I live in a cell where I'm forced to sleep on the top bunk despite suffering from seizures. And when I put in a request for a bottom bunk for my safety, I am not helped. I'm accused of medical manipulations. Meanwhile, I stand and I watch 2 to 3 times a week as I see other men who are denied medication and mental health services they desperately need. The neglect here isn't an accident, it is the policy. And why am I still waiting? Because the delays are still the same that they are played between the district attorney's office and the state's attorney's office. And even with my own lawyer, they combine to push my case back. And when I try to fight back by using the law library, which he was allowed to represent himself pro se, the judge admonished him that he was not going to have access to the law library, that he could access it through the tablet. On my deck of 48 of us, we are forced to share just 4 tablets. We need these tablets to complete programs and most importantly, to stay in touch with our families. But because there aren't enough, I'm often left unable to call home, unable to see my children. And when my family manages to come here or to schedule a video visit, I am forced to see them with my hands cuffed behind my back and video visitations. I'm unable to hear or see the screen properly. I'm not asking for luxury. I'm asking for medical care for a safe bunk and for a trial. After 15 years, I'm asking for due process to be treated as a human being. What I'm going to show here today is what women and men who are incarcerated are fed every day. This is 3 slices of bread, a tablespoon of peanut butter, 2 teaspoons of jelly, a drink mix, and a granola bar. This is their lunch. 3 slices of bread, 1 slice of bologna, and a drink packet. This is their dinner. 3 slices of bread, 1 cup of rice, 3 meatballs, and a snack pack of cookies. I was unable to find a container of milk small enough to display that it is what a child is served at lunch. And that is what our money is going for the women and men that are going to the help today.
When's next? When's Hanson?
Y'all not getting back in office. That's ridiculous. Y'all sick.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Reverend Gwen Sampson, and I serve as Director of All Things Food Price Outreach Ministries and its food pantries in Inglewood. We are a legacy partner of the Greater Chicago Food Depository, who stood here today advocating for hunger and capacity building for the partners who help to serve the low-income and marginalized and individuals needing food. Although I'm retired from federal service in 2017, I stepped fully into this work after the passing of my mother in 2020. She founded this organization, and continuing this mission has become a calling for me. Altogether, I've spent more than 35 years supporting this work and the neighbors who rely on organizations like us to help them receive the benefits and the services that are not necessarily equal across all regions. What began as a small church-based pantry has grown into a community food access network. Today, we operate a client choice pantry, allowing families to select foods that meet their needs while preserving dignity. We also collaborate with other pantries and work to raise the root causes of hunger through food rescue, community gardening, and partnerships. Our neighborhood is located in a food desert, and the need continues to grow. As the demographics of our community have shifted from historically African American to a more diverse population, we have worked hard to respond with cultural sensitivity and inclusion. Our partnership with the Greater Chicago Food Depository has been instrumental in helping us meet that challenge. Through their support, we have improved food storage and distribution, expanded volunteer engagement, and helped neighbors enroll in programs that are totally under fire today, including the SNAP program and the public health insurance of Medicaid. Today, we are preparing for the next step in our growth. We own land where we hope to build a new pantry facility that reflects the scale of need in our community. After more than 30 years of operating from our church, we are truly bursting at the seams with people, with food, and with the desire to serve more who are in need today. What we have accomplished is the result of sustained investment and partnership. And with continued support, organizations like ours can do even more to strengthen food security in communities like Inglewood. Investments in the Greater Chicago Food Depository are investments in community partners like us. Organizations rooted in the neighborhoods and committed to ensuring that no family has to face hunger alone. Thank you so much for this opportunity and your time.
Transitions to our virtual speakers, Keisha Tucker, followed by Adrian Boba and Marvin. If you are connected, turn on your camera so that we can see you. Keisha Tucker, Adrian Boba, Marvin Stone. Turn on your camera. I can face the here. I'll see you before next year. Go ahead and start. Okay, my name is and I am the Director of Prevention Diversion and Street Foundation Housing Board. Programs are homeless prevention services, shelter services in the region. And I am here to speak in support of prevention plans and the housing solution plans for the version representation. We choose ways others when shelter is not a safe option for families and single individuals. Those funds allow us to definitely be able
to have a safe alternative for individuals. A couple of examples, we had a mom who was fleeing DV and her significant other accidents, user, we had placed a tracking device on the vehicle, and we didn't know. And so she couldn't get us to the shelter. Our shelter at the time was at capacity. She went to stay at that family member's house, and we tracked her at that family member's house, and he attacked her. And so she reestablished communication with us, and with those funds, we were able to safely send her a state to another family member. We have had other instances where, again, shelters just at capacity, and the alternative to being having a sense of send an individual someplace else is them staying on the street. And within the last 2 years, our agency specifically, we've used about $60,000 in funds and assisting households. So I just wanted to speak to the importance of those funding sources specifically, and just the safe shelter that they look on, that they provide. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your testimony. Blair Janus and Aiden Morongo, are you connected? Blair and Aiden?
We are connected with Blair and taking care of a baby at the moment, so I'm going to give her comments and then I can go with mine, if that's all right.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Pull it up. Okay. On behalf of Blair Janus, she is a volunteer people and organizer of the 19th District Mutual Aid, a fully volunteer-run group that was founded in the spring of 2023 in response to the influx of new arrivals being bused from Texas and Chicago. Our work is fully supported by individual charity and those with a willingness to support those in need, and continue to operate in support of these new arrivals and residents across the country. For 110 days, while folks were at the base station, we provided food, showers, clothing, and helped identify and escalate medical needs with local officials as people awaited shelter placement. Every time somebody needed advanced or urgent medical care, we were grateful for President Precklin's leadership, as well as the medical staff and doctors and nurses at Cook County Health who provided exceptional care. Cook County Health accepts and provides access to care for everyone who comes through their door, including our new neighbors. In these challenging times, as much as we remain appreciative of the generosity of Cook County residents and mutual aid just simply isn't enough. And we feel that across the county. Our systems work for all. New arrivals, uninsured children and families need health care they can count on. And county care is that safety net. This was critical in welcoming these seniors, most of whom had walked nearly 3,000 miles to the U.S. with chronic health conditions, carrying children, some were expecting mothers. And we, when they arrived here, were able to provide them with dignity and safety that they saw.
While we continue to be home.
Work and being critical to safety and well-being of our neighbors.
It's overlook the people right here.
Protections for cooperating together. Oftentimes are opportunity they find in projects. The capabilities of the county to care for our residents. From new arrivals to she has supported local school controls and being teachers, neighbors, and organizers to encourage our efforts and recognize leadership in protecting children and families. President Parental and many of our team together with the states turn to investigate by ICE agents to the maximum steps within their law. I encourage the commission to vote yes on 26-0798 to continue Cook County's record of standing with protecting all the rights of residents. Thank you on behalf of the And now for mine. So good morning, President Preckling and Mayor. My name is Adjournment, and I also have been a woman-owned or women-led organization I'm proud, I'm also proud of you. So proud of our family and American community. You are self-funded, multi-denominational, mutual work. As noted in Blair's testimony, we feed, clothe, and provide legal services in partnership with organizations such as Immigrant and Parental Immigration. We seek families that mirror my home. They are hardworking people desperately searching for a safe place to lay down roots, not too different than many Chicagoans. This is why I urge you to go to 1.607. I want to exclusively thank President Franklin for each of the supportive members of the board for your steadfast leadership. While federal government creates chaos for its own use, you have consistently shown courage to protect all.
Okay.
So that we can go about our lives. You can come. Increased value that they are alive and they are practiced truly in our community. However, these values, our collective dream of America, are being suffocated by climate fear. In the administration's impossible math of targeting 100 million deportations and only 76 million immigrants have entered the U.S. since 1955, proves that the net is being cast on everyone. We are already seeing the fall. Federal hiring surge prioritizes speed over safety, putting 12,000 new DHS officers on the streets with lower standards, hiring 18-year-olds and cutting transit times in half. Let me be clear, we know that across the county, none of our safety, none of our county residents' safety is being prioritized with these facts, especially when we focus on constitutional stops, destroy community trucks, stop village people and Cook County under the voting preference leadership and passed the first vote in the county ordinance in the year, setting a gold standard for nationwide for what it means to be a government that truly reflects its community values. So I thank the county for bringing this to the board today, and everyone to go fast, because ultimately, the safety for one child, right, leads to a community that's unsafe for all children. We continue to experience this and see this. So thank you very much for your attention and for being welcome to the
We'll go back to our speakers. Thank you for that. We'll represent where it is from. Adrian Doula is now connected. Mark Armstrong, are you connected? I'm here. I am here. Adrian? Please begin. Yes, please begin. Let me call some more names out. Mark Armstrong, if you connected, we need to see your camera. And Kimberly Marshall. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Adrian Baldwin, and I'm going to serve as the director of Main Street Food Pantry in Parental. People don't usually think of no festival in Parental as a place facing food insecurity. But our pantry serves nearly 400 families a week, approximately 1,600 unique families a month. And this number continues to grow. We operate on a community resource building that houses 15 different social service agencies, and together we support an increasingly diverse community. We serve Spanish-speaking families, Eastern European migrants, longtime older white neighbors, and now more often African American and Southeast Asian neighbors as well. We work hard to make sure that the food that we provide is culturally appropriate for every group we serve. And we're extremely fortunate to have volunteers to pay close attention to the specific needs of our neighbors. We can say that increased investment in our pantry and in others across the counties. We can continually welcome every neighbor with the same level of care and attention. As a part of our work is a simple goal. We want everyone who walks through our doors to feel seen, supported, and cared for. Many of our neighbors are rushing from their jobs just to reach the pantry on time. It's a tough reality that someone working full time can put food on the table. But we are committed to offering a full range of food choices and ensuring that every person receives a dignified, respected experience. Thank you for your time and your continued support of our neighbors in Cook County.
Thank you, Mark Armstrong, are you connected? Followed by Kimberly Marshall. Let's see you, Please begin.
I'm Ron, is a stand up and James, but going on the side, but currently the two sections of this complex, and then in Springfield, on the east and the legal area, which is not all the time,
and also is not in. Illegally in English language in the 1600s, early 1600s, as a reference to what it is or not within the law. Well, alien have been used as early as the 1790s in the U.S. statutes, including the surviving aliens and eviction acts, of which the only surviving law from that is the American Acts. These cases began using the term illegal alien as early as 1924, saying that indigenous process were recognized and the founding of the Border Patrol. There, a 1976 case for that illegal alien. And on top of it, there are tunnels caused by the Reagan presidency in 1986. So, we're going to use the language that we want to use because it is not Brandon Johnson's English or Chris Welch's English or English Jamila Joe. It is anything. And by Robert's Jagger language, it only enables people to thumb their nose at naturalization immigration law. And it also trades as touring the human data concept. The feelings of multicultural separatism versus multi-ethnic. And while instead of moving understanding what all as long along with the genocidal congressional black caucus. Seconds. Corporations must be filed for illegal aliens and competition. And that's my word for today.
Thank you, Marshall. Connected from the Marshall. If that, we're going to move to Giselle. And you can now Giselle. Giselle. Please turn camera on as you begin.
Camera is on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please continue.
Good morning. Thank you for the board president and commissioners for allowing me time to speak this morning. As you said, my name is Giselle. I'm the mayor of the village of Lincolnwood. I'm here today to strongly support the continuation and expansion of the Invest in Cook program, which has been a game changer for our community and many others across the county since its launch in 2017. The village of Lincolnwood has directly benefited from Invest in Cook funds, receiving a total of $287,000 for early-based preliminary engineering on 3 critical transportation and safety projects. In 2017, improvements to the intersection of 2 and Cicero Avenue. These improvements address the critical traffic choke points at the freeway with ease by increased expressway, helping regular expressway and definitely in safe condition. In 2020, bike lanes and pedestrian safety agency formed Fat Cat, a total Lawndale, which supported multiple existing bike trails and driving. The titles from trail to the Port Reserve trail system to the west. And then also in 2021, for bicycle and pedestrian vehicle and workforce on Fayette Avenue. This is currently the longest impassable section of the North Branch of the Chicago River and is greatly to the safety and connectivity of the trail systems. These early investments in planning and engineering are essential. Without the county's support for this preliminary work, Lincolnwood would simply not have been positioned to complete successfully for these larger construction grants these projects require. The results speak for themselves. For example, the West project and impact and funding secures $3 million in transportation enhancement program, also known as ALLOCATES, in 2025. Also, based on $3.4 million in that program. That can be leveraged with modesty funding into major infrastructure projects. Beyond preliminary engineering, investing including its one-time funding expansion, has helped us advance the detailed design and actual construction. Between 2023 and 24, we received $100,000 for design engineering on Friday Avenue Bridge and $900,000 for construction of our stormwater storage. This stormwater initiative we pursued since 2007 protects money for this one back up to the storms, actually a 10-year storm event. Implementing a 30 days of this important program. These projects deliver tangible benefits aligned with company priorities and safety for cyclists, better connections with the average trail and Centennial Park Trail, reduce congestion at the effects, improve multimodal access to and stronger storm road data. We step from setting to highlight real progress, love to continue conditional dollars and get safer, more connected, and more safe. I own the 15,000 family and 53 residents who live with there's a smart IMU for impact rates. They support both the options and projects over because they need to deserve. Your ongoing the county got county communities. That's what it's doing.
Thank you, Mayor. Kimberly Marshall did not respond. Let's move to Rosemary Dominique, followed by Julie Schaefer and Ronald Roberts. If you heard your name, turn on your camera and you may begin. Rosemary, are you here? Please begin.
Yes, I am here. I'm sorry, I was the graphics meeting. I'm going to be on.
We don't see your camera, but at this point, just please start with your testimony. Rosemary, let's begin. All right, Rosemary might be having some difficulty. Is Julie Schaefer connected? How about Ronald Roberts?
This is Rosemary. Can you all hear me?
We can. Let's begin.
Okay, thank you. Do I need to be on camera as well?
Yeah, just go ahead with your statement now, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Rosemary Rodriguez, and I am a 10th District Council member, and I will actually be with the on behalf of the Commission for Public Safety and Accountability. I'm going to be bringing testimony. I work for Work From Home. I've been incarcerated for 300 over 8 years, and so I ask that you all please listen and come to me. And I don't know before the beginning, I failed to both have a meeting with some people who have but I'm with the police from this far. That's what you supervise me too. I know the grievance and the director of police still nobody records. Meeting at home to groups. So there's for a lot of going to some. Last year, it's awkward, my kids are already got their knee and I'm having to try to balance myself. Walking is complete, around the king. And I can't lean up along. The officer is being like, yeah, we do this whole thing here. We have to excuse me, can you get my cane? Cane, you don't need it. There's nothing wrong with you. They make things like some money. I don't know, but they make it that me like, you don't need a cane. And they crack their lips and roll their eyes. Sir or mayor, that's my thing, would be like at the bottom, so it can be really good balance. Because maybe there are two or three things in the office, where the police, where the SEALs are at. So when they hit the game, oh, you do that game, they say, why would I learn about that? I get my game, get going, the game is too bored for you, you don't need that game. But keep in mind that some days, my kids, the bother me, some days, it does, some days, it bothers me to learn that. But either way, you look at the system, my name is in the system for the team. It seems like a lot of these officers, not all of them, but a lot of these officers are not trying to make it hard and they keep us uncomfortable. Experiences like this highlight the gap between what is policy and daily practice inside correctional facilities, reflecting a broader pattern of employees and incarcerated people with medical needs, being questioned, dismissed, or forced to them for basic movement while restrained, even when accommodations are just minutes in the system. What should be straightforward medical accommodation instead becomes another side of humiliation, risk, and control. For people already living with pain and mobility limitations, these practices can turn into a simple walk down the hallway into a dangerous and degrading experience.
Thank you so much. Let me revisit the ones that did not respond. Last call for Julie Schaefer, Ronald Roberts. Julie Schaefer, Ronald Roberts. And the others did not respond and completed with the statement.
Thank you very much for your attention to our public speakers. We're going to take a moment now to acknowledge a delegation from court. We have a sister county relationship with Clark County. And they are with us today in anticipation of all of the weekend events around St. Patrick's Day. Day, I hear you very much.
No.
Sure.
President Berkeley, it's a pleasure to be here with you all to celebrate the 27th anniversary of the sister county agreement between Cork County and Cook County. This meeting comes every March and it allows us a chance to take a moment to truly appreciate and reflect on a rewarding relationship that has brought considerable benefits to our two local authorities. It has opened doors to meaningful opportunities, fostered economic growth, and built strong cultural and educational bridges. The bond we share is based on a commonality between two places that reflect one another in character and spirit. This has nurtured a friendship that grows every year. With every visit, we travel to Cook County and we welcome you all to the shores of Cork County. Our agreement started in '99 at the dawn of the new millennium, and it matured with the times through new voices and perspectives. It's simply a testament to the warmth and generosity to both of our peoples. It is built on shared values, mutual respect, and a vision for a prosperous future together. As we look to the future, I am confident that our partnership will continue to grow, bring new opportunities and even stronger ties between our two counties. Here's to another 27 years of fruitful collaboration, friendship, and shared success.
I want to acknowledge and thank Lenny Folks and Cyril Regan, who are part of our local welcome committees. Yes.
This group and you're 27 years, I remember it all when it started before got started. We worked it and Bill Gaynor, who was a very influential individual involved in this information. A man who, who represents the best of option. But in this formation of chicks and strong, we end up in help each other and put strength to each other. I congratulate you, thank you, and I'm really glad to thank the people of Ireland for electing the second woman president.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the reminder of Bill Gaynor's role. I never miss. All right, thank you. Mayor, I have a gift for you. Thank you.
Gift for you. This gift is from my hometown, County Cork, and I'm in East Cork. A place called Youghal. Youghal. It's pronounced Y-A-W, but it's spelled Y-O-U-G-H-A-L. So it's very east. And this is a blockade tower that is in the center of our town. And if you're ever in our county, I'd love you to come and visit.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you. And everybody's on in favor really quick. Okay, yeah, all right. Middle there. All right, everybody turn toward the middle. Commissioner, you want to stand? Yeah. Since there's so many of us up here, why don't we take 2 rows of commissioners?
Jessica would ask us.
Women in the middle, no, right? That came out.
These people.
Yep.
All right, everybody?
Okay, here we go. Very good.
A lot of these people will not be back in their seats.
Great.
Worst
Over
they
here,
ever
great
did.
smile. 1, 2, couple more. Here we go.
Yes, an embarrassment to Cook County.
One more time over here.
Pathetic.
One more time over here, please. All right, thank you.
Thank you. So much. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm pushing stuff. Niece.
We're gonna take a short recess from regular business. Here, Andy. All consent, we'll just take this. And we'll take the roll.
We'll take a
Okay,
Second.
motion is made by the chair, seconded by the vice chair. Roll call on.
No.
Roll call. Pardon me?
I think we're gonna get you.
Thank you. Commissioner Aguilar.
I'll tell mom.
Commissioner Anaya. Present. Commissioner Britton.
Here.
Commissioner Daly.
Here.
Commissioner Decton. Commissioner Gainer. Present. Commissioner Lowry.
Present.
Commissioner McCaskill. Present. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Miller absent. Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Commissioner Marita. Commissioner Kevin Morrison excused absent. Commissioner Sean Morrison. Commissioner Scott.
Present.
Commissioner Zan. Commissioner Dan's absent. Commissioner Trustin. Here. Commissioner Vasquez. Present. Madam President, can I have a floor? Thank you. We're gonna take one item out of the regular order, and that is a resolution honoring women in ministry.
I move the entire consent and take that out.
Thanks.
Sorry, move to approve the entire consent. Second.
Seconded. All right, we're gonna take out of the regular orders. Can you come with the resolution?
Commissioner.
In Women's History Month, it's been our pattern and practice to honor the women in clergy who are often unrecognized and unacknowledged. So we want to celebrate them today. We'll ask all the women in ministry to come up for a photograph.
As we thank them for their service to their congregations and to their community. There we go. All right.
Have some more space on side.
A little more down that way.
Why you ain't up there with Sandy? Why you ain't up there with Sandy?
That's okay. Yes, please. No, I send them. Okay. Thank y'all. Oh, I'm so sorry. All right.
Oh, look, where is Jessica at? Look at the line. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Right.
In the back.
Right, I'm out here ready.
Right behind you, we can't see her.
Yeah.
Why they invite you, Miss Jessica?
I don't like real ones. I don't get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, get paid in that room.
Maybe it's a little more, open up a little more in the side, in the back, please. Yeah, so you can see everyone. There we go. Great. A little bit sideways, see the look. Here we go. Everyone over here. Great smile. Make sure you can, I can see you, you can see us. There we go. Big smiles here first. 1, 2, and got a couple more photographers after me. Hold it. 1, 2, and over here, please.
This Tony Preckwinkle last picture with these ladies. Last term, Preckwinkle.
One more time, please. Here you go.
Last term.
Great. Thank you.
Ooh.
Shout out to Pastor Sandy, the only real one in the room.
Right. So, also fraudulent. It's one big fraud. One big fraud.
Everybody else. Give me on. There you go.
We're gonna recess the consent calendar. We'll go back to your own business. Thank you so much. Women in surgery will join us. We are grateful.
Have a nice one. I'm leaving. Yeah. Have a nice one.
Have a nice one.
Congratulations, ladies.
Congratulations. You got to thank you. Stop all the negatives.
Right, we're returning to the regular order of business.
Thank you, Madam President. On pages 2 and 3, I make the following motions on items and the president and secretary of the board categories.
So to run, Mr. Stamps hasn't been in the building, so we do require.
I move to allow remote participation, Madam President.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Roll call. Commissioner Atkins. Commissioner O'Connor. Commissioner Britton.
Aye.
Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Diamond. Absent. Commissioner Ayer. Present. Commissioner Lowry.
Present.
Commissioner McCaskill.
Present.
So these are, so this is roll call. I,
Aye.
right, so it's present. So anyone engaged in presentation, they us to the beginning. Okay, clear. Thank you. Commissioner Aguilar. Commissioner Naya. Aye. Commissioner Britton.
Aye.
Commissioner Daly.
Aye.
Commissioner Beckman. Commissioner Gainer. Aye. Commissioner Lowry. Castle, aye. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Miller absent. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Marita. Commissioner Morrison is absent. Commissioner Conworth. Commissioner Scott is absent. Commissioner Stamps. Commissioner Stamps, aye. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Aye.
Mm-hmm.
Motion carries. All right, now.
Thank you. On pages 2 and 3, I make the following motions on the items to the president and secretary to the board categories. I move to refer to finance, item number 26-0552. Proposed resolution to renew and increase to the subrecipient agreement between the County Justice Advisory Council and Heartland Human Care Services for the Supporting Education and Employment Development seed program. And I move to approve item 26-0882, proposed transfer of funds to the Department Secretary to the Board of Commissioners. It is a request for direct approval.
Brittany seconds.
Motion's made in second discussion, roll call. Commissioner Aguilar. Absent. Commissioner Naya. Aye. Commissioner Britton.
Aye.
Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Deckman. Aye. Commissioner Gainer. Aye. Commissioner Lowry.
Aye.
Commissioner McCaskill. Aye. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Miller is absent. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Marita. Commissioner Kevin Morrison, excused absence. Commissioner Sean Morrison. Commissioner Scott is absent. Commissioner Sams. Aye. Commissioner Trevor's aye. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sams is aye. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Aye. Ben, you have 13 yeas. And 4 ayes. And then the chair, the ayes have it. Chair Daly.
Thank you, Madam President. Pages 4 through 8. I think all the motions will find it coming out. All these items received and filed. 260639. Tax period and insecurity program report. In the deposit current fiscal year 2025. 26080. The Bureau of Finance over finance report. February 6th. 260872. This board report grants everyone coming. 260883. The control of real estate support for the process. January 13th. Approve the following items, 260839. Approve the Grand Board Amendment of the County Health. Grant to the Foundation, in the amount of 1.17 million. 260872. These are all approved. 0873. All the grant amendment of the grant is possible to insurance first. I don't. Or the supplemental, yes, I mean. 260876. All the transport. And then the county health, the supplemental health and human services. Insurance for the public. There is extending increase the amount of
Second.
Motion's made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Aguilar. Commissioner Aguilar absent. Commissioner Anaya. Aye. Commissioner Anaya, aye. Commissioner Britton.
Aye.
Commissioner Britton, aye. Commissioner Daly.
Aye.
Commissioner Daly, aye. Commissioner Zegna. Aye. Commissioner Zegna, aye. Commissioner Gainer, aye. Commissioner Gainer, aye. Commissioner Lowry.
Laurie's eye on items.
Commissioner Lowry, aye. Commissioner McCaskill, aye. Commissioner McCaskill, aye. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Miller is absent. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore, aye. Commissioner Marita, aye. Commissioner Marita, aye. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is absent. Commissioner Sean Morrison.
Sean Morrison, aye.
Commissioner Sean Morrison, aye. Commissioner Scott is absent. Commissioner Stamps. Stamps, aye. Commissioner Stamps is aye. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Trevor's aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez is aye. Madam President, we have 13 yeas and 4 absent.
Any of the chair, the ayes have it. Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Madam President. On pages 9. Madam President, on pages 9 to 28, make the following motions on the items of the floor of administration. To receive and file 260788. This item is to receive and file the 2025 annual countywide fleet report. Take down separately from the transportation.
Move back here. We heard the motion from, right? Sure. All those in favor, roll call. You're present. You're going to take it out for us, so we've taken out the order. Move back to the things. Here's how we move back to the
We're doing a roll call to receive and file.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry.
Just one item.
Right.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Sis County Superintendent, Transportation and Highways. 260504, refer to committee a new contract request with Strand Associates for preliminary engineering and environmental studies for the replacement of 3 bridge decks. No.
The chairman asked for one item to.
Yes.
And confirm that item number, sir.
260788.
So let's do a roll call. And is there a presentation of it or just? No.
No, actually, I'm just going to read the rest of the item. Something else.
You're okay doing them all together. Okay. So draw the motion that was on the floor. When you made it.
I'm sorry, we're probably motion to receive and file. 260788.
Thank you. So chairman, we're going to get your clerk no roll call to do it right now. Control items. So thank you, sir.
So now, wait, I said if you're receiving file 260788, refer to transportation 260504, approve 260537, refer to transportation 260671, 260702, 260703, 26, refer to transportation 260704, 260705, 260706, 260747, 260708, 260709, 260714, 2607, receiving file 260706, refer to transportation 260771, 260800, approve 260801, refer to transportation 260802, 260813, 260820. This is killing you. First.
6. I'll do the first.
Karen, I must have been. Yes, thanks.
Yes, please.
Stop, Sarah.
Okay. Good morning. The first item is 260788, which is the 2025 annual countywide fleet report to receive and file. Just a couple of key highlights. I would like to note that the county fleet consists of 1,989 vehicles across 29 departments with an average model year of 2016 and an average age of 9 years. I do want to note that the county continues to advance our sustainability goals with 29% of our fleet consisting of hybrid or electric vehicles. Also, law enforcement vehicles represent approximately 69.5% of our fleet. Light duties, which are approximately 234 vehicles, are the newest fleet categories, both averaging 2021 model year. Medium duty fleet, which is approximately a smaller portion of our fleet, 56, we're continuing to look at the upcoming replacement considerations. In heavy duty vehicles, 89 vehicles, average approximately 9 years, representing our smallest portion of our fleet. So working with the Cook County's vehicle committee, we've made great strides in improving our fleet compliance over the past couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask the Superintendent of Transportation and Highways to address these matters.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon again, Cisco and Transportation. Item 26, excuse me, 260504 is a new contract with Strand Associates for preliminary engineering and environmental services for 3 bridge deck replacements. 260537 is a contract amendment with GFT Infrastructure. A new contract amendment in the amount of $650,678 for additional professional services required during the construction management and oversight. 260761 is a contract amendment with R.W. Dunteman Company of Addison, Illinois for Lake Hook Road patching. This amendment increases the contract by $1,860.72 to account for additional work performed in the field. 260702 is a new contract with Hay and Associates, Illinois for drainage engineering services to provide the department with supplemental services in the completion of plans and studies. 260703 is a new contract with K5 Construction Corporation, Gallagher Asphalt Corporation joint venture to perform pavement rehabilitation services for our South Side program. 260704 is a $408,748 intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Mount Prospect to account for local costs associated with our Bussey Road project between Gulf and Central. The next 7 items are requests to accept grant awards from IDOT through their competitive discretionary local project funding opportunity. The department was successful in securing nearly $15 million for these next projects. 260705 is a $1.1 million grant award to fund the improvement of 119th Street from Kedzie to Western. 260706 is a $1.2 million grant award to fund the improvement of 171st Street between Ashland Avenue and Halsted. 260707 is a new grant in the amount of $1.27 million to fund the improvement of Burnham Avenue between Stager Road and 223rd Street. 260708 is a grant award in the amount of $1.6 million to fund the improvement of Michigan City Road from 154th Street to State Line Road. 260709 is a grant award in the amount of $2.5 million to fund improvements along Ridgeland Avenue, Narragansett Avenue, Nagel Avenue, between Sauk Trail and Lincoln Highway. Item 260710 is a grant award in the amount of $1.7 million for an improvement along State Street between East Joel Road and Main Street. 260711 is a new grant award in the amount of $5,232,000 to remove and replace the Sauk Trail Bridge over Thorn Creek as part of a planned reconstruction. 260716 is receiving and filed the construction status report for the month of January 2026. 260771 is a supplemental funding resolution seeking an additional $50,000 to fund the Sauk Village multi-use path in the Village of Sauk Village. 260800 is a $191,733 intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Palatine, where the village will serve as the lead agency for design and construction to fill sidewalk gaps. 260801 is a $2,135,523 joint funding agreement with the state of Illinois and the Federal Highway Administration for grant funds in the amount of $1.68 million to apply toward the Butler Road reconstruction in the Illinois Port District. 260802 is a $3,944,409 joint funding agreement between the county and the state of Illinois
This is for replacement of traffic signal equipment at 4 locations. And the amount of, grant amount here, $1.528 million, with the balance being paid by the department. 260813 is a supplemental funding resolution in the amount of $150,000 to fund crack sealing services on our roadways. And finally, 260820 is an improvement resolution to appropriate $6.184 million in funding to replace all traffic signal equipment at the locations of Lake Hook Road, No Hicks, Roselle Road at Hartford, Vollmer Road and Ridgeland Avenue, and Roberts Road at 103rd Street. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on any of these matters? Hearing none, roll call. Commissioner Aguilar. Commissioner Aguilar absent. Commissioner Anaya. Aye. Commissioner Anaya. Commissioner Britton.
Aye.
Commissioner Britton. Commissioner Daly. Aye. Commissioner Daly. Aye. Commissioner Deckman. Aye. Commissioner Deckman. Commissioner Gainer. Gainer's aye. Commissioner Gainer. Gainer aye. Commissioner Lowry.
Aye.
Commissioner Lowry. Aye. Commissioner McCaskill. McCaskill aye. Commissioner McCaskill aye. Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Miller absent. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore aye. Commissioner Marita. Aye. Commissioner Marita aye. Commissioner Kevin Morrison is absent. Commissioner Sean Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Commissioner Sean Morrison aye. Commissioner Scott is absent. Commissioner Stamps. Commissioner Stamps absent. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Trevor. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez. Aye. Commissioner Vasquez, aye. Madam President, we have 12 yeas, 4 absent. I'm sorry, 5 absent.
And now the chair of the ayes have it. Commissioner Gainer is recognized.
Sorry. Madam President, on page 29 to 38, I have the following solutions and asset management and development human resources and technology. I'd like to approve item number 26-0600, which is the previously decided and providing our funding to support electric vehicle charging station program, sustainability of the rural and less than families. This continues authorized and that's about that. Okay, I'd like to approve an amendment, item number 26-0222, which will be a post-conference amendment to the authorization of the Chief Procurement Officer to increase the contract for Security Services LLC of Chicago. Moving on to the Bureau of Economic Development, I'd like to refer to zoning and board report, item number 26.
For the president.
Item number 26-0768, which is a new application for referral to zoning board of appeals for the property located at 20120, 20124 Avenue in Madison. I'd like to refer to this as item number 26-0914, which is a resolution for incentive request for chairman in Arlington Heights. Item number 29-0915, which is a 60 property tax incentive request for LLC in Elko Village. For the Bureau of Human Resources, I'd like to receive and file number 26-0827, which is the report for human resources provided with the 50 report for pay periods of December 14 to December 27 and December and follow for December 14 to December 27. Lastly, I'd like to refer to technology and innovation, item number 26-037, which is the report for the information technology projects during the reporting period of September 25 to March 2026. And item number 26-088, which is the report for software asset and technology hardware asset inventory during the FY26 period.
Second.
Motion's made and seconded, is there any discussion? Given that Commissioner Fancy is from this chamber, I think we can dispense with roll call. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, and the chair of the ayes have it. Commissioner Rich.
Thank you, Madam President. On pages 38 through 45, I make the following motions on the items of the office of the County Clerk and Inspector General of their the office of the Chief Judge to approve item 26-0825, authorization of the Chief Procurement Officers for new and increased contract for language line services, telephonic language interpretation. 26-0928, authorization of the Chief Procurement Officer for new and increased contract for Alliance Against Incarcerated Murders for victim impact payments. The clerk of the circuit court to approve item 260538, authorization of the Parental to renew and increase Davis Bank for armored car services. And the office of the sheriff to approve item 260028, authorization for chief procurement officer to enter into and execute contract with Lexington for policy dissemination management system. 260810, authorization to enter into and execute an 8th amendment to an intergovernmental agreement between the Cook County Sheriff's Office and MWRT for expansion and maintenance of the state back program. To refer to technology innovation, 260816, authorization to enter into and execute a contract with CFR to provide video analytics platforms. And then that's it.
Second. Commissioner Lyon. Thank you, Madam President. I have a question for the Sheriff's Office in regards to item 2600, please. This is the contract of basketball. Just wanted to, so it says that the contract period begins, 27th of this month, but it is, it does seem like there's a renewal, so just wanted to know what was the original contract period. And then if we get some information regarding which policies and additional of the system that will be reviewed. So now we're ready to move it.
Is anyone from the sheriff's office with us, either in the chamber or remote?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. Could you identify yourself, please?
I'm Jason Hernandez, Executive Director. Commissioner and I, the question, this first part, I'm actually looking into to ensure I get a good answer on that. As to your second question, all of our policies are going to be this housing flexible system, so they are ongoing, and each member of our staff is tasked with refreshers on an annual basis. So everything from writing our policy for the Department of Corrections, County Sheriff's Police, our administration. This is where all of our internal policies are housed.
Okay, so it's not like there certain policies are housed here, but then there's some somewhere else. Those are all in one place. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you have names for the original or the first question, I should say.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. My question was, it says on the contract period starts on 27th of this month until the 2028, but under the contract value, there was an initial contract term amount, and then there was a renewal period amount. So I'm just a little confused on what's the renewal period.
That's right.
It's a new contract, and the dollar amount is listed for our renewal period. It's for $491,000.
Right, but what is the initial, do you mean the initial contract, the one we are approving today is 955,000? And if we renew, then we would be an additional 491.
That's correct.
Usually if there are renewals, they come before us. So, are we gonna be able to vote on those, or are we saying that we're, kind of allowing for what the 1 year renewal on?
I'm going to refer to Rafi on this particular question.
Good morning, Commissioner Robinson. Thank you, Procurement Officer, and thank you for your question. Commissioner, this ties into one of the code revisions that the board approved in November of 24. So where at the, as in this case, where there's an original initial contract renewal, and the item for the board includes the allocations, fund allocations for the renewal options, then a time only or exercise of time only for the renewal would not come before the board. It could come directly to the CPO because the board approved in the initial award the funding for that option unit. So if this, so in other words, if the sheriff's office desires to exercise that renewal option, just time, not adding any money, then that amendment will come directly to the CPO.
Correct. So why is there a renewal period amount? That's my real question.
For that, right, for this reason, because
what would be approved, not just the funding for the initial term, but also for the option year.
Right, so that was my question. We are approving not only the initial contract, but we're also allowing the extension with the amount attached at this point.
Including, right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I have concern in approving the removal of the contractor, especially since it is my understanding that there was an issue with the subject because specifically the state of Washington. And I don't know if the sheriff's office had a conversation around some of those issues. Of course, not to be standard.
This is not a new, thank you, Commissioner. This is not a new vendor. I'm not sure what issues you're referencing in the state of Washington. But this has gone through all of our approvals, and then we are a long-standing vendor in this space. So I'm happy to look into those concerns and particularly deeply. I just don't know where I'm
I think I'm facing out all of this offline. I think I mean.
All right, are there any further questions? Yes, Commissioner Morrison. Thank you. If you could, just to clarify what you mentioned, the question asked is whether or not this was the dollar revenue was for the initial from the contract from 6.8. And it sounded like it was also included from the renewal year, is that right?
No, you're correct with the Commissioner. So what's before you is the amount for the initial term, and then the amount for the renewal.
Not coming before, is this a new approach to, typically we just move an RFP to the initial term in contract, and then come back before the board to take up considerations for renewals when that happens.
Commissioner, this was flows from one of the code revisions that the board adopted in November 2024. So pursuant to the code amendment, when as in this case, where there's the contract award before the board, if the contract if the award includes the allocation for the initial term and for the renewal option years, then if we're going to do a excuse me.
It's all right, please continue.
Oh, if we're going to do a time, if you want to exercise the renewal option in just the time, not adding any money, then that renewal option, what's the time you come directly to the CPO. However, if in this case the sheriff's office in desiring to exercise the renewal option would want to increase the amount of that option. So right now it's $491,263.20. If they were to add no money on top of that, at the time that they want to exercise the renewal option, then they will come back to the board for money to this option year. The interest here is inefficiency. And that's why we did the code change.
Just speak for myself, say that at 8.24. It's like, that's what we do. We're getting we're eliminating two things. We're eliminating fiduciary oversight by the commissioners. That will be in 2028 to review whether or not that's that's standard. Is that rate then going to be locked in? Is the vendor going to be held to this particular rate then for the next all the way through in theory then 2029, or is they be able to come back here after a rate?
If again, if that would be a conversation between the vendor and the sheriff's office, and if they decided they needed to add more money, then the sheriff's office would come back to the board with the request to add more money to whatever option year they're looking at. I'd like to just as a reminder, when we present contract awards to the board, we're presenting the initial term with the prior to the code change, the initial term plus the number of renewal option years.
What's added here is the allocation of funds for the election years.
Well, that's all I have. Yes, for you. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Yes.
Just, I know we have President, this was discussed, in finance, and change. And, I think there was a higher amount. So, we looked at this, I mean, if we needed to discuss, very likely to need to discuss. Obviously, I'm gonna get different hiring opportunity. So, it's what it is.
Thank you. Thank you for the, thank you. For your contribution. So roughly why this is a 3-year contract? I mean, that's your, it's a 2-year contract, 994,000 divided by 2 is 177 each of the first 2 years. And it increases up to 491 on that 3rd year. So if the sheriff's office needs a policy dissemination management system, which they can need, why isn't it just a 3-year contract?
Well, there are little options, if they might be to continue beyond that. So that's where we have little options.
No, I'm just saying it's a 2-year initial contract. If it's like a baseline thing that they need, why didn't they just make it a 3-year contract? Why is it a 2-year contract with a renewal and increase in the 3rd year? And we're voting on all 3 years right now.
That's kind of security to the sheriff's office. With that question.
I know, I'm asking you, because we live our procurement and your work contracts. They say they need a system, they need work, they do all that admin stuff. But can't you just say this would be better to be a 3-year contract for you to.
Well, if they get what they need in the first 2 years, then maybe the renewal option year might not be something that they want, that they will need. But if they desire services beyond those 2 years, then that's why there's the option.
Okay, but as I understand it, it's a policy discrimination management system, not just the policies in their office. And then make sure that each one of their employees maintains compliance with their policies and procedure. So it seems to be only that would be needed in year 3. So I guess my question is, if we didn't need it in year 3, they could just terminate the contract or any of our board colleges. Why would we just have to do that 3-year contract? I think what you're hearing from the board is the fact that the contract is intended to be reviewed by the board and approved, and if there's an additional work that's done in year 3 or 4 or 5, and we've had a problem with that contract, or we having additional years now, expecting them 3 years from now, doesn't sit well with.
But if the sheriff's office decides that they don't need any services beyond year 2, and there haven't been any issues relative to their performance, which will put us into the space of default or breach, then the contract will just terminate at the end of that second, initial term, the second term year. And we will be to then exercise the legal option. It's an option for renewal. It's not a guarantee. And so if they receive the services and everything went well, then the contract they can go in at the end of that second year.
I understand. Thank you very much. My point is that a 2-year contract has a time limitation. The board agrees to it, and then there's a renewal period after that. It's time to see how that contractor is behaving or using the compliance of that contract. Because like I said, the policy discrimination management system is super complicated. So I think that they need it. Not against this agenda item for the sheriff's office, what I'm against is that tapping on renewal periods, whether or not it's in the code, like it, so we need to relook at the code to see whether or not CPO does this in the future. I can speak for myself, I have comments, so I would be inclined to vote no on this, probably just because the sheriff obviously needs it, but if I see this, and I will.
Is there no further questions or comments? Well,
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried. Yes.
May I please be recorded present on that item? 26-002B. Madam President, may I also be present? Commissioner Beckman?
As well. Present. And I Dagan Vasquez Camps.
Again, not the item, not the dollar value, but the reality.
Morrison, Anaya, Vasquez. Notwithstanding the division, the motion carries. Committee items requiring board action.
Thank you, Madam President of the Board. Firstly, I move to suspend the rules to take out of order items, the following items. 260418, proposed appointment of Bruce Schiff as the Commissioner of Housing Authority of the County. 260429, appointment of William Little, Housing Authority of the County. 260430, appointment of Zenobia Johnson Black as the Commissioner of Housing Authority.
Second.
All right, motion to suspend the rule. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. Now the main motion.
Thank you, Madam President of the Board. I now move to approve those appointments as outlined in the rules 260418, 260429, and 260430.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. Vice Chair Lowry.
Thank you. I now move to suspend the rules to accept two substituted items under health and hospitals.
Motion, there is something simple, substitute.
Oh, I move to accept the substitution for two items coming under the health and hospitals committee.
All right, so this is a motion to substitute them. All in favor of the motion to substitute, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. All right, now the motion to suspend the rule.
Now I move to suspend the rules.
Second, to take up the items, take up the substitute items. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. Main motion.
Thank you. I now move to concur with the recommendation of Health and Hospital Committee to approve the substituted item 26-0733, report titled Cook County Department of Public Health, reporting period Q1 2026. And I move to refer to substituted item 23-0202, proposed resolution requesting a hearing of the Health and Hospitals Committee for report from the senior staff of Cook County Health and Hospital System.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. And Vice Chair Lowry.
Thank you. I now move to concur with the recommendation of the Rules Administration Committee to approve a substituted item 26-0784, journal proceedings for the regular meeting held on January 15, 2026. Item 26-0785, journal proceedings for the regular consent calendar meeting held on January 15, 2026. Item 26-0932, journal proceedings for the regular meeting held on February 5th, 2026. And item 26-0934, journal proceedings for the regular consent calendar meeting held on February 5th, 2026.
Motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. Commissioner Sean Morrison.
President, earlier recommendations of the zoning and building committee to approve and substitute items number 26-0734. Is zero, like 26-0.
Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. Finance.
Thanks, Madam President. Move to concur with the recommendation of the Finance Committee of 311 to receive and file a substituted item number 260832, a report titled the legal and administrative from January 9th through February 15th, 2026. Move is substituted following special court orders, post settlement letters 260732, the report titled worker comp payments from the state's attorney's office and from 12/17/25 through 3/10/2026. These are all included. 260839, report titled worker complaints from 1/1/26 through 1/31/20. 260871, worker time payments, management reports from 3/1 through 3/31/2026. Report 36600835 and report child patient investigation claims from 1/1/26 through the end of 1/31. 260836 report title self-insurance claims from 2/1 to 28/26. Receive and file a substitute 260926 revenue report and expert report, expenses report for two-month period ending January 31, 2026. 260935 the Cook County title report checking and monthly report for the month of February 2025. Approve a substitute to 260727 forward intergovernmental deal with the Illinois Housing Development Authority for rental assistance 260761 for the president of the private communities. Approve as amended 260762 for resolution for private community initiatives and approve as substitute 260763 also by communities. And President, all the last four representative salaries in the amount of, I'm going back to the phone board, sir. No, I don't. All of these represent another commitment for you and this board, you know, whether it's homeless, country, assistance, as well as food pantry. And all of these need to say are needed and patient is done and those individuals. Thank those individuals are. Thank you. Thank you.
Second, during discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opinion declare the ayes have it. More?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to concur with the recommendation of the Transportation Committee to receive and file as substituted 260329. This is the Cook County Safety Action Plan report. I'm also going to approve as substitute 260336, 260337, 260338, 260454.
Hello. Great. What's your name?
260503, 260503, 260505, 260522. Right here, so in each one.
Yeah, please.
260336, 260336 is Illinois Department of Transportation prepared detailed design in the area plan for the multi-mode connections bridge, a grade separation pedestrian and bicycle bridges and multi railroad tracks in the village department. 260337 is Illinois Department of Transportation. There are 2 Avenue, Elmhurst Road, Mount Prospect Road, and Village of Cocoa Village, City of Des Plaines. 260338 is the Illinois Department of Transportation's preliminary environmental phase 1 study to explain further trail from CTA Forest Park Blue Line Station and Salt Trail. 260454 Illinois Department of Transportation pavement to the Avenue, Elmhurst Road, Mount Prospect Road, the Village of Cocoa Village, City of Des Plaines, City of Chicago. 260407 Illinois Construction Engineering, District 6 and 16. 260493, proposed improvement resolution, motor fuel tax funds project, Lower Des Plaines River Trail Study Extension, Village of Brookfield, Village of Grange Park, Village of Bryan, Village of Riverside Township, Illinois, and the fourth reserve, Cook County, District 16 and 17. 160501, HR Green Inc., Aurora, Illinois, preliminary engineering services, preparation for phase 1 studies countywide. 260502, Skibley Warren Associates, Inc., it's preliminary engineering service, preparation for phase 1 countywide. 260503, proposed contract for Pearl Clark LLC, Arlington Heights, preliminary engineering services, preparation for phase 1. 260505 is PFT infrastructure, Illinois Professional Engineering Services,
preparation of phase one study village of Riverside. 260521 is the Northern Fuel Tax Project, Very Road Bridge over the Springs River, village of Riverside. 260522 Northern Fuel Tax Project, Lake Cook Road Bridge, and replacement village of Deerfield, village of Norfolk, and village of Allentown. District.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, being the chair, the ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to concur with the recommendation of the legislation and intergovernmental relations committee for the 260798. Proposed resolution urging Congress not to allocate additional funding for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement or U.S. Border Patrol, given the aggressive and dangerous tactics by federal agents.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Yes.
No one else says anything.
Notwithstanding the division, the motion carries. Commissioner Brett.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be nimble. I move to concur with the recommendation of the Asset Management Committee to approve a substitute to 260636, proposed contract with Amoresco for energy consulting services, and 260677, proposed contract amendment with training for HVAC design and product services.
Thank you. Discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, opinion, the chair, the ayes have it. Gainer. Commissioner Gainer.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to concur with the recommendation of the Business and Economic Development as substituted. Item number 26-0712, which is a 60 property tax incentive request for Silver Glass LLC, Chicago Rich. Item number 26-0714, which is a 60 property tax for T property. 115. Item number 26-0715, which is a 60 property tax for SFGISF TPD and Chicago Rich. There you go, that is.
Bring all your stuff. Second discussion. Everybody gonna. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Good. The ayes have it. Again.
Madam President, I believe this this meeting will be recessed to the call of the chair and secretary.
It's like 6 of them.
Thank you.
And Chairman, we're taking the recommendation of acknowledgment and substitute. Items number 26-0034, proposed contract with the Grace Law Firm. Item number 26-0602, proposed contract with Microsoft Corporation. And item 26-0614, proposed contract with Internet Machines Corporation, IBM. I also move to defer and substitute item number 26-0644, a report titled Chief Information Security actually deferred. So it will end at 0614.
I think the motion should include the further substitution. Yes, please.
So we will include the items as I think deferred was item 26-0644 report from the Chief Information Security Officer for fiscal year 2025, as well as the report titled Information Technology Projects Report from September 25th, 2025 to March of 2026.
And Trevor seconds the motion. Thank you. Discussion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. New items,
Move to suspend the rules, take up all new items.
all in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
And the first set of items, all these will go into legislation, refer to legislation in Commemorating 260977, proposed resolution from Commissioner Degnan, for chief passage and economy change, super fund act, Senate Bill 2981, and House Bill 3776. 260979, proposed resolution from the offensive for Senate Bill 151, proposed for food service container act. 260871, proposed resolution urging members of Congress to reject illegal immunity for big oil and fire. 260978, proposed resolution Proposed resolution, the members of Congress, legal immunity from legal oil and flexible fuel companies. 260978, proposed resolution, state of Illinois to act into the federal legislative scholarship test. 260979. Right, 74. Sean Morrison, proposed resolution, urging the state of Illinois to act in the federal scholarship tax rate. Received and filed the following items. 260906 from the Department of Management and Service. First quarter. Classifications. 260919 from the Department of Management and Public. Here's correspondence on the law. 260913 from the Department of Services and Management Services. While a improvement in pregnant funding report from December 1, 2024 to February 2025. Then is that date correct? We have approved following item 260944. The company is paying out $1 million from the agency. I believe the following items were handled by Commissioner Brennan in legislation. Right. And the second report said, refer to finance 2608. 28, proposed resolution, behavioral health fund program. The allocation. Move as amended, 260879, proposed interagency agreement. And transition interagency agreement with the University of Chicago. Third step for approval, 260738, proposed contract for administration countywide in the amount of 1.2 million for 2026 new Ford vehicles. 260819 for go and increase the amount of 350,000 over the rest. And the fourth step for business and economic 260927 an ordinance amendment to bring the real property assessment. And the fifth step refer to legislation in the government 261017 a proposed resolution for future poverty recognizing and engaging youth to shape policy and and refer to veterans 261013 the first quarter report for period December 25 through February 26. Second.
Right, motion. Commissioner Dugan? Thank you. I just wanted really quickly to talk about the 3 resolutions that we put in today and that there's a few speakers here. I think we all recognize that I believe in a lot of environmentalists believe that our climate is in place, that climate is in crisis. Big oil and fossil fuel companies continue to get handouts and rescinding of nearly every major EPA regulation and rule, taking us backward in time. The Trump administration is a fossil fuel executive dream as they rescind regulation after regulation, all of which were aimed at protecting the public. While science and common sense is under attack, states and localities are stepping up to hold big polluters accountable. The 3 resolutions that I wanted to talk about include 26-0977. It urges the passage of the Climate Superfund Act. It's sponsored by Senator Graciela Guzman and Representative Robin Gable. I want to thank Senator Guzman for speaking this morning. Under this law, the state will assess fees for polluters and use that money to fund climate resiliency efforts throughout the state, including areas that have been overburdened by industrial pollution. There's a growing movement across the country to pass Superfund Act laws, culminating in a recent New York Times article, and it's titled "The Climate Superfund Bill Spread Nationwide Despite Legal Battles." The second resolution is item number 26-0978. It urges Congress to reject efforts to create legal immunity for fossil fuel companies, given certain efforts in Congress to do so. As more states and localities file lawsuits against fossil fuel companies for climate change, there's been an effort to immunize that industry for total legal liability. The American Petroleum Institute, for example, is the largest oil and gas trade association in the country and a defendant in Chicago's climate accountability lawsuit. They publicly announced that eliminating state climate lawsuits against fossil fuel companies is their top priority for the industry. Even the Trump Justice Department has gotten involved in this battle. Our resolution urges Congress, including our Illinois congressional delegation, to reject these efforts. Third resolution is 26-0979. It urges passage of the Disposable Food Service Container Act. It's Senate Bill 1531, also sponsored by Senator Laura Fine and Representative Jennifer Dershowitz, which would ban polystyrene, which is known commonly as styrofoam. Illinois will join at least 12 other states to begin studies on polystyrene foam suggest it never completely biodegrades. It takes more than 500 years to just simply break down into smaller pieces in a landfill and contributes to environmental contamination and microplastics in the environment. It bioaccumulates in our organs and affects the ratings. Styrene has been identified as a probable human carcinogen by the Homeowners Agency for Research on Cancer and the National Toxicology Program. It's been linked to vision issues, hearing loss, poor memory and concentration, and nervous system damage. It's nothing that we should be cleaning up in the microwave and putting in our bodies. It's time for Illinois to ban it. All three of these items will be sent to me in April. I'm excited to talk to you all about them and for their introduction today. And I want to thank community leaders, reps, and my colleagues for joining in this conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
President, I wanted to give a sponsor. Guidance 26-0977, 6-0978, and 26. Thank you. You got all? We're all fire change. Okay, all right. With the, all present in the body, with the exception of John Morris, will be added as co-sponsor to these three items. Madam Secretary? Okay? Yeah. Could you give us the numbers again, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Item number 26-0977. The second is 26-0978, and the third is 26-0979.
777879.
Correct.
Add all on the floor, except Sean Morris.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, yes.
If I can just briefly, Madam President, repeat the item 26-1017. More than 25% are over 5 million residents in Cook County are under the age of 21. But while Cook County has always had an absolute commitment to the well-being of our youth, it was on March 20th of 2019 under the leadership of Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Dennis Peer that we passed a resolution creating Youth Day here in Cook County. And inspired by that action, as well as our ongoing commitments to our youth, this item will create a youth council, which will address priorities aligned with the county, including but not limited to public safety, youth justice reform, economic and community development, health and human services, environmental sustainability, infrastructure, and civic engagement. Just during this set of meetings, we've heard about the effect of CTE and suicide amongst our youth. This is the voice that we must hear, and these are the young leaders that we must shine a light on. So as we go forward, this item will be referred to the Legislation and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, where next month we will provide the parameters of the council, which will range with members from 14 to 21, and we're looking to have 20 total members of the council, as well as a third-party partner. So I want to say thank you to the Office of the President, thank you to JAC, and thank you to all who have been working hard with us to formulate this topic.
Thank you. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Yeah, need to add on to that item, please.
All right, Madam Secretary, do we add it all on? All right, motion to adjourn.
Sorry, I have a quick report. I have this for the record, on that last motion, 26-0879, if I can get it sorted out.
I will move immediately into this time. All in favor, signify, a motion to adjourn,
Second.
all right? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Okay. All right, thank you all. Thank you.
She's not gonna stay for comment, you know.
Yeah, you're right.
You gotta put the young baby up on.
Ran up out of here. See, that's moving up dressing.
You gotta get ready. You gotta get ready to lose. Lose for the first time.
She gonna take the Brandon. You got Brandon around the information?
No, I can give you his email.
Yeah, give me his email.
I need.
Yeah, I gotta email him my phone. Cracking over that for me for that.
Funny.
All of it's in the name of work.
You get back.
I
see him out below.
You gonna be like, what's going on, Storm?
Exactly.
What's up, man?
Don't even address the book.
Because this time. You ready for conservative and cocktails tonight?
Even that.
You want conservative and cocktails?
Which one is this tonight?
Yeah. What up, y'all? I got Mr. Dennis. Mr. Dennis said coonism. I taught him that. Because that's what it is. Nah, that was good. He killed it today. He been killing it though. It's an OG right here. He been killing it. It's a veteran. It's for the Second Amendment. Born and raised in this city. He's seen it at the regular corruption that was still, because corruption's gonna be here, but not to the point that it's. I mean, they just
All about.
you gotta call them out, man. It's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah. I don't know why I do that when I go like this. Like my hair decided to come in here and look.
What's the thing you do, please? On that fast. They got up out of here. See, they got up. They was waiting right there. They had it all tonight. Soon as they say it's a charm, come on. Come on. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Take this heat.
She don't want to take the heat. Don't worry over here. Don't give it to her anyway. She don't give it to her anyway. See how she ran up out of here? See how Tony Burke got ran up out of here? See they ran up out of here? See that? When I text off, while she taking pictures with the same packages, and then she running out here. That's just what she knows she can hear some snacks. Somebody needs to time to that. Anything about that?
And they don't want us to, they don't want us to.
Yeah. You know, Taiwan has been trying to see his children, and they're giving him a hard time.
No, this is intentional. Everything that they've been doing has been intentional.
Well, yes, but they're giving him a hard time.
I have all the documentation that says that this is wrong. All the documentation, even though I've presented myself to judges, went down to public defenders. I can't see the state's attorney because everything is in the wheelhouse supposedly of public defenders.
How long have you not been able to see your children?
This, if you will read, says 22nd of March is when 22nd of March 2023 though is when was the night that the incident took place. The next day I went and filed for order of protection, which I didn't, and it says a petition allocation of parenting. Here, this is a petition for independent order of protection. This also says 2023.
which has not been observed. And yet they allowed the respondent to get an order of protection against him. Not only the respondent did they allow to get an order of protection, the woman, Deanna Williamson, who was in the courts, they allowed this individual from Deanna Williamson. I don't have sex with her. She don't live with me. I've never known her. She's just a manager of domestic relations. They allow her to have an order of protection, saying that I'm stalking her for trying to hold her accountable, protecting in my child.
You have, who's your judges?
So there's a criminal judge, Trowbridge. There's criminal judge, Chief Judge Boyd. These individuals have it, but it's not only them. I've been to Trowbridge, Boyd, and others. All of these individuals have power to change my circumstance and situation, or weaponize the courts and their powers against me. As a constituent, as a Chicagoan, an indigent father, a single father fighting for his child.
I'm gonna still let them look. Sometimes they're never engaged. She know better than that.
What you say?
Yeah, that's what he said. He's acting on her behalf. We voted for her, not him for that.
But today, and I want to say this publicly so that people understand. Today, I came in here to speak with Tony Prewinkle personally because I presented her, I guess, personal aid, what's his name? Lamont Robinson, months ago with information. Lamont Williams with ample amount, basically folder of information to get to the bottom of this. Nothing's taking place. In fact, they want me to take a mental illness. They want me to take this is talking.
But you run people crazy because you do not let people see their children.
Look, it says they want me to take a competency test after being able to share with them information to be able to help them. They now want me to take a competency test. Competency test. Because I can express to them exactly what's going on, how it's wrong. So now they want to make me crazy.
Always. No, it's gonna stop. It's gonna stop. Stop. The feds is coming.
We need the feds. We need the feds in the building right now.
People can't even raise their kids. Man, y'all
Bring the
crazy.
rally at. Bring the rally at what? Bring the rally.
City of Chicago, dog.
I'm addressing city of Chicago.
30 seconds and the time has expired. Translation services are available for this meeting. Need assistance, please put forth request to take check via staff or persons authorized to provide you with information about the abuse of discriminatory or otherwise language when addressed in the body. Going to act appropriately. And which we hear through time.
Showtime.
In expulsion disqualified for serving providing testimony. Any written comments have been added to the record. If you are in the room, please come to the public speaking line. Sarah Brown still here? Diane Brown. Brenda Solozana, come to the mic. Liz Manella. Liz, are you here? Bowman Henslow, are you still connected, Bowman? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Solorzano, and I serve as the Manager of Policy and Advocacy at Family Focus. I'm joined today by my colleague Heidi Pearson, Director of Marketing and Communications at Family Focus, and I'm honored to speak in support of Resolution 260867, commemorating World Doula Day and Doula Week in Cook County. Thank you again, Commissioner Miller, for your efforts related to improving maternal health outcomes in Cook County, including spearheading the first doula program at Cook County Health. This recognition is an important step toward acknowledging the essential role doulas play in maternal care. Doulas provide emotional support, education, and advocacy through pregnancy, birth, and the postpartum period. Their presence.
Is there still more people that can tell them what a lot? No, this is right.
Their presence helps ensure that mothers and birthing people are heard, respected, and treated with dignity during one of the most critical moments and likely most physically traumatic moments of their lives. Just as we celebrate new lives being born every day, Family Focus supports the celebration of doulas who help bring new life into the world while keeping mothers safe. At Family Focus, we see the impact of this work every day. Our programming includes community doula training, wellness navigation, and integrated family support services that walk alongside families throughout pregnancy and early childhood. With the support of public investment and community partnerships, we have expanded this work to serve hundreds of families across Chicago, Cook County, and surrounding areas. Our doulas and wellness navigators help parents access prenatal care, mental health resources, and parenting education that strengthens family stability. Just as important, we're building a culturally responsive workforce of community-based doulas. National research indicates a high risk of birth complications for Black and Brown parents, and doulas do an incredible job advocating to ensure families receive coordinated and compassionate care. Our progress as a society depends on sustained support for mothers, their babies, and doulas. Thank you, Cook County leaders, for continuing to prioritize maternal health outcomes and advocacy and for honoring the doulas that uplift our families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rhoda, are you connected? Is Liz in the room? Liz Manella? No, Rhoda, you're next.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Donna Beecham, and I'm with the Cook County Farm Bureau. And I just wanted to come on today to speak in support of resolution 260952, which recognizes National Agriculture Day. At the Cook County Farm Bureau, we are looking forward to forming a partnership and a greater relationship with Cook County in support of local food access and providing local food to local families. This resolution recommends agriculture in our community, as well as celebrating staff's activities and foods. So we just thank you for this, and we look forward to the future and making agriculture strong in Cook County.
Thank you for your testimony. Walk-in registration is Dennis White, Dr. Sandy. I'm on stands.
Speak. Dennis White.
Dennis White,
In the Black community.
I see 10 commissioners not in these seats here.
Don't keep talking.
They gone.
Right there.
Two over here talking,
Keep talking.
and the president is not here.
They don't have.
They're not here.
consent.
Tony Preckman is not here. She just left.
And the
Just
commissioner
disappeared.
gone. The commissioner gone.
This is how the Democrats are. They be here with not important for them, but they here for everybody else. That's just like, it's amazing how politics work within the Democratic Party. That's what I meant to say, Democrat. I apologize if I say Democrats, but I meant Democrats. So I want to address something about yesterday when some Black commissioners say that ICE over here terrorizing this country, but they don't say the victim, what happened, like this young lady out in Prince George, Maryland, Dakara Thompson, was brutally attacked by an illegal alien. But one said that calling them illegal alien is dehumanizing. But what about when they kill an American citizen? When is that, how much humanity they have for that? What about Lake and Riley? She was killed while jogging down there in Georgia. But when an ICE agent killed an illegal alien, they over here saying it's inhumane. They should not slaughter them. This one here say that. And you all have the gall, the audacity to protect these criminals, these monsters, like they're your pets.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm over here as a veteran, a black veteran, a breed of my own, over here protect this flag because you all went to college, you got your degrees, and now y'all in these seats. But you protect these animals right here. But I'm gonna challenge y'all. Let them live in y'all, let them sleep in the bed y'all lay in. See about that, black politician. How about that? Why don't y'all let them sleep where y'all at? Let them eat in y'all food. Don't take the tax dollars out of our pocket to feed them. You pay it out y'all budget.
Yeah.
That's what you all should be doing. You all sickening me as politicians.
Oh, Sandy. Blessings to everyone. Honor to you, Commissioner Daly, and all of the commissioners that are here, and all of our respectable organizations. I am pastor for Dr. Sandy A. Norman, and I keep showing up here because I do violence intervention. The same way I show up here, I show up in the street. The same way I show up here, I'm coming on this side, the county side, and I come on City Hall side. And a lot of times when I come, I'm here a lot of times more than the people that work here. So that should show you my seriousness about what I do. I have children as I sit in the seat. I had a young man calling me, asking me, Pastor Sandy, I'm hungry, I'm at school, I don't have food to eat. And so when we talk about, fundings of CBI, I really want you guys to have a different perspective because CBI is not just programs that are in the building. People like me, I walk blocks. I stand out on corners. I get guns off the street. I'm out there with the people that, we get this funding for when we talk about mental health services. When you're a person that have had to go through trauma, young adults in our communities that suffer with post-traumatic, stress. These are things that I deal with firsthand. And I want to say to you all, there are a lot of organizations, please hear me clearly, that are doing the work, but we don't get the support, we don't get funding. And it's always the same somehow group of people that always get all the money. And so I'm asking you all, because this is a room of power. This is a room of decision makers where you all have the ability to change things concerning our communities. I keep reiterating, I work. I'm a mother. I'm a person that pays taxes. And I don't want to just come down here and have my words, not heard. But those of you that are here as our commissioners, I am here. I see meetings all the time. Pastors get recognitions. And I'm all for that because I like people to be celebrated. But I'm in the room. I'm in your faces. If you have the power over CBI, if you have the resources, I'm asking you all, don't just sit in the chair and allow people to come in here and you ignore the people, but hear what we're saying. If you have the power to help a person to get a building, to help a person to get funding, and they're showing up, take that into consideration. I don't want people to tell me, oh, I'm going to help you, or I'm going to call you, and I never hear from you. And so I just want to say to those of you that are here, this is a job for you all, but your decisions affect the people that are in the community. We have to live with the decisions that you make. And so again, I say this respectively to all of our commissioners. I say it respectively, the power that you have been given, please do what is right by the people. And I want to thank you, Commissioner, for taking the time out to talk to me. I don't want to just come and address issues, but when you have commissioners that do acknowledge people, I think that that is noteworthy. So thank you, sir.
Next speaker, I want to say this.
That's that middle button. Okay.
Are you still here?
Good afternoon, commissioners. Is this on? The mic on?
The mic is on.
Okay, awesome. So once again, I'm here. A few months ago, I bought a package and gave it to Lamont Williams over there. I was hoping that the president would be here, but I'm gonna address you, David. Thank you. So once again, this, sir, is a police report that was filed March 22nd, 2023, when I had an incident when I was attacked by Alberta Reed, the mother of my child. Me and my child was attacked. This has not been honored. Do I want to arrest it or locked up after 3 years? No. However, this was a deprivation of rights. This turned into this. So after that, the next day I went, March 23rd, 2023, to file for independent order protection, which was denied, which has not been observed. It went through 50 West Washington from 55 West Harrison, where I seen 2 judges, Nowinski and another, not sure. I'm gonna really try to get through all of this. This is a parental allocation from 50 West Washington, where I started for parental rights with my child. This was also in 2023. This incident is from 2023, sir, and I'm to go to court on 3/19/2026. Not only do they want me to go to court, however, they would also like me to be clinically evaluated for competency. I've collected this paperwork for 3 years in hopes that once anyone seeing the evidence, once anyone seeing that what is taking place with me is wrong and illegal, then I will be helped. I was hoping that by coming down to the commissioners, that would be the case. No. Not only that, let's talk about a pattern of abuse. After all of that, I'm still now dealing with the case of these 2 arrests. Case number 25120-458-301 and case 25120-869-201. This is a docket slip, sir. And it shows that on 5/30, the case was SOL. However, in this docket slip, you see at 6:20, it'll show that it says that motion filed, filing party defendant, Taiwan Sims, motion to reinstate. Reinstating this case means that I want to prosecute myself. However, when I was wrongfully arrested on June 3rd, on this paperwork right here, there's a date of 6/20/2025. It was a court date supposedly. The same date that this fraudulent motion was put in against me to prosecute myself, to keep myself away from my child, or to charge myself criminally. What sense does that make? I'm sitting in a room full of intelligent people, a think tank of intelligent people. What sense does that make? None. So I'm asking you all to please take action.
And they said, are you still?
And madam, excuse me, the way you said that was so dismissive, thank you, but I'm asking you daily, I'm asking all of you all, please. Right.
Are you in the room? No. Their phone speakers are so. Jennifer Jackson, first person. Really? I think it's Jackson, first person.
I wouldn't speak.
And I feel like that is under speakers for listening.
Of course, $1 Million Tony is not gonna be here. March 17th is primaries. Can't take that, can't take us going in. So, as I said earlier before, Brendan Riley's the only choice. So March 17th, please make sure you vote for him, Brendan Riley. No, definitely Brendan Riley. Now, also birth and parent. There's no such thing as a birth and parent, and that's another way y'all continue to scam. It's one gender that can have babies. That's a woman. I know that that's kind of hard. It's coming from an LGBTQ to let you know that. So only women can have children. So it's no such thing as a birthing parent. Y'all can stop with that weird stuff. Now, 4 governors are running for against Pritzker. We gotta get Pritzker up out of here too. So you got Rick Heidner, Ted Dabrowski, Sheriff James Mendricks in DuPage County, but he's got so much corruption in DuPage, I don't think that he needs to be a governor. And then you have Darren Bailey and Darren Bailey. Ted Dabrowski, who's running, he's worked for WirePoints, and you guys should look at his data. You probably guys don't know about it, but Chicago has the second highest Black poverty rate among nation's 15 biggest cities. Black Chicago households have the lowest incomes among nation's 15 biggest cities. Now, you notice how Ted Dabrowski, who's running for governor, made sure he didn't put Black and brown together. He made sure that he separated Black. Now, for some reason in here, you guys can't do that, the Blacks. So you add the brown, and then the brown gets everything off Black statistics. So we have to stop that. So I feel like the best governors candidates is Ted Dabrowski and then Rick Heidner. So that's what I'm personally going to say. But Ted Dabrowski has the data, and that's what we need to get to the root of the root cause of our communities, but especially our schools. Our education system is messed up due to the communism, socialism that y'all let CTU get from Venezuela and all these Latino communities and countries that they can't fight. They can go fight their countries and their communism, but they're bringing it over here. It's going to stop. Okay? Thank you. Peace.
Excellent information. So Daley is leaving, and he got the most corrupt building named after his family in the whole city of Chicago.
Whole city.
And then Toni Preckwinkle runs up out of here, and she called herself getting ready to run for Cook County Board President again. And she's not even decent enough to listen to the public when they speak. She's getting up out of that office. Now, there's a big possibility that she'll get people to pay for her seat. It's a good possibility that they'll rig the election. It's a good possibility that they'll count dead votes. It's a good possibility they're going to do all those things to cheat to get her back in office, mainly because she's extremely elderly and has been in this office for a very long time. So she would rather sit there and probably pass away, because if anybody comes behind her, they'll be able to see the corruption that she was doing all these years.
All these years.
All these years. And that will land her in jail. So therefore, the Democratic machine is sitting here lying, stealing, conniving, manipulating, and everything else to keep her in that office. Now, with that being said, for all this conversation in here today about the sheriff department, including you, Bridget Deckman, you want to oppose something for the sheriffs, but yet and still, I showed all of you all this counterfeit document from Cook County Sheriff. And y'all won't even do nothing about it. And it's police in this room. It's police in this room that's hearing crimes being committed all day long. And y'all not doing nothing about it. You're not making no type of arrest. And y'all hearing crimes being committed all day long. But as soon as they give the signal, you're going to run over here to us. And that's not against y'all. You're just doing your job. I'm just saying what I'm saying. That they'll play y'all like they play Black people all day long. And he got his hood and his little hat right in the back. His hood and his robe. Him, you want to talk about what's inhumane? It's inhumane to sit up here and listen to us tell you about how they're stealing our property through civil proceedings, and you, with the power to do something, won't even do nothing about it. That's inhumane. And we're sitting here acting like it's giving her a headache, stamps, because she's hearing Black people stand up for Black people. That's inhumane. To sit here and watch us come in here and fight for what our ancestors got. And you sit here 30 seconds like you doing something. That's inhumane. All of y'all are inhumane, and the disrespect to your own black ancestors. You all are disgusting. Anybody that stand with them, for them, vote for them are disgusting.
Disgusting and racist.
And racist.
Thank you. Beautiful. Lunchtime. You guys be well. I'm trying to cheer because we got a good place. Oh, it's true.
Not only do all the black people, all of them, our ancestors hate you. If they could come down here and actually see you, what you do, go back to their communities and see, they say, well, hell, what happened to the stores? What happened to the business? What happened to our schools and our hospitals and our banks? Something is wrong here. Something is evil here. Something happened.
Grand wisdom.
I'm crying a tear inside. You cannot just lay that on still. You got to lay it on us. And my God, we got a trouble. Something wrong with us. We don't love our nappy hair, our thick nose, our thick lips, and our black booty. Something's wrong with us. We are falling in love with the enemy. And sometimes the enemy is black and looks just like us. Just like us. Is something wrong here? If they would get the ancestors come back here, they'll look at Chicago and go to the ghetto and they'll say, what's going on here? What is going on here? You can't lay it on Prewinkle.
Yes,
you can't. No, you got to lay it on all of us. All we old ones, we must have didn't pass the baton to the young ones. I'm 84 years old. It's something wrong with all of us. We are falling in love with our enemy. So 1 minute from eternity, I'm on my way out. I'm on 84, I'm on my way out. Number one, strike out, I'm black. Number two, I'm old. Number three, I'm poor. But I am still somebody.
Say that.
And I'm here. I'm still here fighting this ball. And you want to lock me up, drag me out. No, I'm not the damn one. Not the one. The ancestor hate. No bank, no hospital, no nothing. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. What the name of here?
I just learned now. Under the
Y'all feel okay? What y'all think?
and country tradition of fight drug music, and they relate really to the young generation of heritage and welcoming immigrants. It's very well, I'm using immigrants, but it also all came to this country.
Listen to you about immigrants. No, he ignore us. Let's get up out of here.
Oh, yeah.
Out of here. More disrespect from this crew today. Let's go.
And before I also say kids are going to I'm doing
On his own.
Yeah.
On his own.
Your Steph Long family,
Yes.
to the podium, please.
On his own. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Then we'll go right through all the. Yes, ladies.
Mr. Chairman, the Estelle J. Long family are here because their mother and their loved one has passed away. She lived a remarkable life. She lived to be 105 years old. And you know,
when you think of someone who lived to 105 years old, you think of somebody who's old or elderly, she was just obviously. I recently had the opportunity to spend time with her, and she told me to keep living because she loved to dance, she loved to be very active, she loved to participate. And I was sitting here reading, at 103 years old, she actually did the flying swings in Navy Pier alongside her 11 and 9-year-old granddaughters. She was a proud supporter of veterans and regularly participated in the Southside Veteran Parades, even riding one year on a 3-wheel slingshot at 103 years old. Miss Long loved music and community gatherings and could often be found dancing at events such as the Garfield Park Conservatory, festivals, the Women's Festival, the Music Box Foundation, 79th Street Renaissance Festival. And in August of 2025, at 105 years old, she even fulfilled a special experience by walking the Hollywood Walk of Fame. So I'm asking each of the commissioners to join me as we honor her life and honor her history at 105.
Our mother was an advocate for youth. She started a food program, feeding people. She was running so much food, supplying shelters, things for that. So with so much turmoil going on, just God bless every one of you. And the work that you do, you're gonna need difficult times. But we get through these times. We're gonna continue working for you and advocate, because that's our future. And she's gonna make that tangible, I'm sure. Here.
This is Women History Month. My mother was a Rosie the Riveter. She riveted C-54 transport fuel tanks at the age of 24. She worked for the city, did 40 years in the city, started out at the Board of Health, ended up in the comptroller's office as an accountant. She was a mother, a grandmother. She was a neighborhood mom. She did anything. She was fearless. And even the last time she actually went out dancing was October 18th for her high school awards from Marshall High School. She graduated Marshall High School in 1937. Wow. She was a civil rights activist. She fought to have the kids go into her prom in 1937 to come to the front door of the Medina Temple, bring them to the concert. She worked for the city of Chicago. She was one of the parents that we moved to Chatham. She's one of the parents that boycotted Chicago public school system when they had Willis wagon. We didn't have enough school. That's right. For our kids. So I stand on the shoulders of a woman who was incredibly strong. And one of the things she said to me, she said, why are they doing what they're doing, talking about what was going on in politics? And I think the thing that she wanted us all to know, you have to keep on moving. You have to hear, do what you know is right, and then get it. So, thank you.
God bless you all.
I think I'd like to join us for a picture of you. It's a pleasure to have you.